about it.
We'll be starting the conference right now. And I would like to request I would like to welcome you all to the second
Ma'am, we are not able to get your voice. I think you're muted.
We will be starting off with our keynote session now. So I would like to introduce Dr. Sailesh Iyer, Professor and Dean, CSE Department, Head, Collaborations and Tie-ups, Rai University, Ahmedabad, President, RU. In addition to patents, he is involved as an editor for 6 book projects with River Publishers Denmark, IGI Global USA, Taylor and Francis UK, and Bentham Science UAE. A hardcore academician and administrator, he has excelled in corporate training, delivered expert talk in various ATAL FDPs, reputed universities, government-organized workshops, orientation and refresher courses organized by HRDC Gujarat University. His research contribution includes reputed publications, Fractal and TPC member for various reputed international and national conferences, and reviewer of international journals like Multimedia Tools and Applications, Springer, Journal of Computer Science, Scopus Index, International Journal of Big Data Analytics and Healthcare, IGI Global, Journal of Renewable Energy and Environment, and editor in various journals. Expert talk on research-based topics in various universities and conferences, in addition to guiding research scholars as supervisor. He has also been invited as a judge for various events, examiner for reputed universities, is a Computer Society of India lifetime member, and was serving as managing committee member, CSI Ahmedabad chapter from 2018 to 2020. His research interest areas include computer vision and image processing, cybersecurity, mining, analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain. It's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Sailesh Iyer to address the gathering with his knowledge. So the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and sorry for the slight delay in joining due to some technical glitch. But whatever introduction ma'am has given, I would just like to add that only 2 words describe what I am like. I am a learner and a collaborator. So this is what is required for us to be successful in our careers, and this is what we need to do for growing and learning. The learning cycle should go on. Upskilling should take place, and that is what we are focusing upon. And I would like to advise my research scholars or whatever research scholars have joined in this session. I would just like to tell them that the curiosity should be there, and you should be learning new things so that you can apply them, and never say no to learning new things, even if you are having a doctorate degree or not, that does not matter. But learning should go on. With these words, I would just like to share my experience and hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So I would just like to focus upon the technology trends and challenges in the healthcare sector, because this is one of the most important sectors affected since the last 2 years. Like we have seen a lot of change in the way people have taken healthcare sector in particular, and how technology has been governing healthcare sector till 2020 and post 2020. So there's a huge gap between what was the requirement and what was actually available. So this was the main reason why I chose this topic, because this topic has a lot of potential for research, and the technology, those who are especially from the multidisciplinary angle also, this can actually add a lot of spice. There are a lot of sectors here which can actually give you an idea on how we can go ahead for the research. So 17 sustainable goals as per UN is called 17 SDG. Uh, all the nations are supposed to give this for their country. These are the goals set by UN. They are called as SDG, 17 Sustainable Development Goals. First one is no poverty. That means we should not have poverty. Poverty should be eliminated. Zero hunger. Nobody should be hungry. I mean, nobody should actually, for want of proper food, they should not be hungry. It should be that they should be self-sufficient. Third one is good health and well-being. So this is what I'm going to focus upon today: good health and well-being. This also involves healthcare facilities. This also involves facilities where we can have automation in healthcare. Because I'll give you some examples here where India in particular and developing countries, most of the developing countries faced, was that we were not having the adequate infrastructure and technological advancements implemented in our healthcare sector. So that was a major focus area. Though we uh, had raised up, I mean, we did very nice in the front of vaccination campaign, etc., and we have exported some vaccines also. That all is an achievement. But the automation of healthcare in India is still, there's still a long way to go. We try to concentrate upon that sector in particular, how we can automate healthcare. Because even though we had vaccination campaign going on, but we required the people to go to the healthcare centers, primary healthcare centers or secondary healthcare centers or hospitals, private hospitals, and get the vaccination done. Now, due to the lot of people involved in this campaign, it was very difficult for us to gather this kind of workforce where we can have home-to-home vaccination. But if we had a humanoid trained robots for this purpose, maybe this vaccination could have been done through automation without involvement of manual staff. So doctors, patients, they would not be at risk of contracting any disease. So this is something which we could have worked on, and probably the government right now is working upon it, whether it is the state government or the central government or any country. They are working on the automation of healthcare sector in particular. And here robotics, IoT, AI, artificial intelligence, all these are playing a very important role. Next is quality education, which is the fourth one. And now this is something which is very important, but I would not like to focus upon it today. Gender equality, clean water and sanitation. So everywhere you can find that there are innumerable trends where research can be done, where viable solutions can be given, where cost-effective solutions can be given, where technology interventions are required. So these are all important parameters which we need to look into. Now, when we talk about smart city and smart villages, now in India in particular, I'm talking about India because we are right now talking about the country where which is supposed to have the maximum population in a few years to come, and we need to have the facilities also according to that. So here, smart city and smart village, these are the two focus areas where maximum work is going to be done till 2030. Right? So we need to become a smart city. We need to have all the facilities. So smart environment, smart health, and smart governance. These are the focus areas. Other than smart mobility, smart public services, smart integration, smart energy, smart water, and smart buildings. So smart healthcare is one important sector which is going to have the maximum thrust going forward. Right now, already governments have started implementing these changes. Even some private hospitals are implementing these changes. But it requires a whole researchers from all the people who are connected with the healthcare sector, whether it is the healthcare workers, whether it is the doctors, whether it is management of the hospitals, whether it is pharmaceutical companies. All these need to come together and plan for a smart healthcare solutions. Now, healthcare sector in particular, if I talk about, it's a huge market. Like I would like to say that during COVID, I mean, we never thought in 2019 that we would require masks. We would. We cannot breathe freely without any kind of hindrance to in front of our mouth and nose. We would not have thought about going out, thinking before going out whether we should be going out or not, traveling. I mean, as per the survey of 2022, it was a global survey. It says that after 2 years of uh, COVID, now people have actually started spending more on travel and travel plans. I was just looking through the charts of US, Canada, even in many countries, uh, tourist destinations are full with uh, tourists because there is no, I mean, people were just avoiding travel for 2 years because of health reasons. Now they think that they should be enjoying the time, so they are going for traveling. So this is the right uh, attitude that healthcare also is given importance, and how we can focus on the healthcare sector, right? How we can automate the healthcare sector so that in case of any such pandemic or any such thing coming in the future, we should be able to counter it with minimum manual efforts. So here, tremendous. Uh, I think somebody is unmuted. Can they mute themselves? Okay. Savalam, Namina, Ravina, somebody is unmuted. Can they mute themselves? Yeah, fine. So this is a healthcare related image here where the whole body is being monitored through automated devices. So this is what we actually think is the healthcare of the future. And here deep learning, artificial intelligence consists of machine learning and deep learning in particular. And deep learning is going to give a lot of insights into healthcare operations, healthcare sector modifications. So this combined with robotics, uh, blockchain, cloud computing, all this can change the entire dimension on how we are looking at healthcare. So if I go for particular deep learning applications in healthcare sectors, then these are the various research areas where a lot of things are still pending and a lot of changes can be brought about. One is drug discovery. New drugs need to be found out. Now, that drug effectiveness and the time span for discovering the drug to be reduced. So here again, a huge automation or deep learning AI can be implemented in this process. Treatment design. Whenever any particular patient is being treated, we are also looking at treatment through remote modes. Remote treatment. Because remote treatment means actually if a patient is in a village and he is not able to get all the facilities of the hospital, expert doctors are not there. Through video conferencing or through remote thing, they can advise the treatment and the treatment can be done. So treatment design is also very important parameter. Again, here robotics and deep learning are being combined to provide intelligent solutions as far as healthcare services are being concerned. So treatment design can be decided by the humanoid robot with the help of the algorithms that have been implemented in the robot. So this is something which a lot of people can, because we find that in most of the villages, doctors are not ready to go to the villages and settle there, and they have only a few days of visits scheduled for during the entire week, say 1 or 2 days. So it's very difficult for any emergency treatment to take place if it is not within those 1 or 2 days when the doctor is visiting. So can we have a humanoid robot, trained humanoid robot with deep learning inbuilt to provide the treatment as per the doctor's instructions or as per the diagnosis? So that is what we call as treatment design, and that is a emerging healthcare application right now, and lot of research and technological advancement implementation is going into it. Medical imaging. Now, imaging is a very important component of any medical ailment. If you go to a doctor and you say that I have this problem, they will advise you a lot of lab tests as well as some images like CT scan or any such imaging to be taken place. But these images, are they specific enough? Probably not. We need to work on this domain a lot to give healthcare effective support. Healthcare, uh, again, we need to have an ecosystem which can promote. So we need data analytics and visualization in addition to deep learning work so that we can implement it in a proper manner. Disease prediction is one thing which a lot of hospitals are working on it right now. I'll give a case of a Madurai-based hospital which has tied up with Google also regarding this. So disease prediction is a very good thing because we can predict that after 5 years, this particular individual, if the habits are not changed, that individual can have these diseases. So it can allow the doctor to advise and prevent the things before it happens, as well as the patient can realize that this is my body. If I don't change my lifestyle, then I would be faced with these problems going ahead. So this disease prediction is possible, and a lot of deep learning is going into disease prediction. And robotic surgery is again one important component, which, as I told you, that robots are involved for precision angle. Right? Robots are having a lot of precision as far as their task given is concerned. So I would not say that knowledge is.
You get zero only. You get zero zero.
Uh,
You'll get zero if you
Madhvi,
get zero zero.
Miss Madhvi, can you mute yourself? Madhvi ma'am, please. Okay. So robotic surgery is one component where I mean, if for, particularly for developing countries, we are looking at cheap robotic solutions or cost-effective robotic solutions because robots as of now are very costly. So how do we deal with this component? How do we plan some research so that we can develop cost-effective robots? So that is something which we are looking at. I would just like to give one more example here that we are working on a project regarding smart education, though it's not related directly with healthcare here, but smart education we are just dealing with. And that time I had just for rural or rather villages, we had just focused upon this. And during that time, when we were looking at robotic assistants for teachers, because teachers are not available in the government schools in villages, They are given a lot of work and there are less staff comparatively. So we were looking at this problem, how we can solve it. So when we are looking at robot assistants for teaching, humanoid robots for teaching, that time we found that the cost of each robot uh, goes from 3 lakhs to 25 lakhs. So it's very difficult for these robots to be uh, met with or automated because they are very costly and it is implementation challenges are there. So from that angle, what we thought about is that if we can have a cost-effective robot alternative. Now, there was a village teacher. He has tried to develop a e-waste based robot, which is available for 50,000. I don't know how long, how effective it is, but if we can get such a solution, then probably we can do it for the same for the healthcare solutions also. I would just focus upon a particular case study where one of my scholars is working upon. It's related to glaucoma here. Glaucoma refers to a type of eye disease that is caused due to damage of optic nerve, and mainly it is caused due to many concerns, but the main concern is long-standing diabetes, and that is one of the main reasons for glaucoma. There are other reasons also. It may be due to some injury also, that can also be there. But one of the main causes of blindness is glaucoma, basically. So from that angle, we are just looking at how we can treat this effectively. So, like there are some parameters for detecting health diagnosis mechanism for detecting glaucoma. One is tonometry. This is a particular medical term. So, it's a pressure within the eye of a patient. So that pressure should be within a particular limit. If it is increasing or decreasing, then it creates problem for the eye. Optic coherence tomography. Again, the retinal nerve fiber layers across the optic nerve that also needs to be protected. Ophthalmoscopy, perimetry, that is visual field test, and goinoscopy, that is actually the fluid outflow drainage angle. So again, these are all important parameters which we look at. So here again, this is interdisciplinary research where we are involving some doctors also, and accordingly we are proceeding. Now, these are some of the reasons why we have undertaken this study or why this study should be undertaken. Now, this is just one case study I want to discuss. So it can open a lot of other avenues also for researchers. So glaucoma is the second leading cause of blindness worldwide, and it is affecting women and Asians in particular. So we need to be a lot concerned about it. WHO estimated 64 million people were living with glaucoma and that it will increase to 95 million by 2030. So this is a very conservative estimate because many of the statistics are still not reported. Many countries have not given the exact statistics. So this is a WHO estimate, which is on the lower side. It may hand much higher than what we are talking about. It may be ending more than 100 million easily by 2030. Maybe by 70, maybe 70 million right now also, or more than that also. We don't know. 93% of the people affected by glaucoma were undiagnosed at the early stage of the disease. So they do not know, 93% of people do not know that they are affected by glaucoma until in the early stages. If they are, it is known at the early stages, then probably they can be treated and some restoration can be done of the loss of eyesight, or you can say that loss of eyesight can be prevented. So this is what we are looking at. So this is the reason why we thought about a prediction model which can be required for the detection of this disease. Now here when we thought about this, we were just surveying a lot of papers. So risk factors were there. Now first, there are two types of risk factors. One is controllable and second is uncontrollable. Controllable here means uh, those factors which are within the control of the environment where we or the patient or the doctor who can prescribe medicines and control the things. This intraocular pressure or IOP, diabetes level can also be controlled through diet and exercise and various other prescriptions given by the doctor. Eye injury or certain types of eye surgery can be again controllable, and steroid, particularly especially eye drops, for a long time can be controllable. So we can control the risk. Risk factors are there which are controllable and uncontrollable. Uncontrollable is group myopia age above 60. So that is not within our control. We just did a summary of um, literature review, and I've just provided the summary over here. There are a lot of papers on this particular aspect, but we were not able to find such a paper which actually led to an effective solution of this. They were giving uh, solutions which were random enough for a particular case, but they were not covering for all the cases. So, based on all this literature review, we identified the research gap, wherein we say that hybrid approach is not available to identify glucometric patient using all the tests like fundus image, visual field test image, intraocular pressure, supplemented with peripheral information such as patient characteristics. So again, we are considering just fundus image or visual test image, but hybrid method is not available. Hybrid approach is covering all of them. There is a scope for improving performance parameter matrices like specificity, precision, sensitivity with these approaches. So these are the parameters on which the performance is measured, and there is a scope for improving because right now, if specificity is good, precision may not be there, or sensitivity may not be there. So there are a lot of issues with dealing with all the particular parameters. So we are not having one method which is satisfying all the parameters. So this is where we are looking at some solutions. CNN or some variants were used actually convolution neural network that is CNN, and then various variants are there of CNN. We are they are working individually on some parameters, but they don't give satisfactory result on all the parameters. So this was the main problem which we identified, that it was not satisfying all the parameters, and all the views, all the tests were not taken into consideration when we are looking at any kind of research. So with the help of this, we framed a problem definition regarding this glaucoma, and potential. We identified that the potential risk of glaucoma disease can be reduced if the predicted results are used to prevent diabetes and thus reduce cost for surgical treatment and other expenses. So again, we collected the data of the patients. Now that collection and the other stage is going on right now, but this is just a kind of model. Actually, I'm not giving more details about the healthcare related. I've just taken this as a challenge here for researchers to go in deep into it. But we are already working on it. So we are working on some paper, high quality paper on this, and we have suggested a method. So I'm not disclosing the method. But overall, if you talk about machine learning based healthcare, this is probably a model which can be implemented. Now, what happens is that all the vital parameters are required of the patient, like there are many BP, sugar, oxygen level, heartbeat. All these are vital parameters, pulse. Based on that, if this monitoring is done, then we'll be able to do a lot of predictions in healthcare, which can actually allow that particular person. Because right now we have seen that it's not that just those who are having a lazy lifestyle are getting diseases. Those who are working too much on exercises, they are also having a lot of diseases. Like they suffer immediate attacks because we've just seen some incidents where some people who are in their 40s have lost their life due to attack, and they were actually exercising in the gym during that time. So over exercise is also one of the things. So we need to have a right balance between our health, diet, and disease prevention. So that particular thing can be provided by machine learning, deep learning, or healthcare solutions. I was talking about the Google tie-up with Arvind 2018, I think 17, 18. Now, Arvind Eye Hospital probably has a record of maximum number of cataract surgeries in a day performed by the owner. I don't remember the exact name here, but he's a doctor and he has performed a lot of surgeries, and he has a record for maximum number of surgeries in a day. So Google had tie up with them. Google has a medical arm, which company has tied up with Arvind Eye Hospital, and they have already debuted an algorithm which is providing 97% accuracy that can identify a person's age, sex, ethnicity, and smoking status and predict the 5-year risk of a heart attack, all in the basis of retinal imaging. So based on the retina image itself, they'll be able to do all these calculations. So diabetic retinopathy is the main reason for maximum organs being affected. Now that can be also found out, and this is what is an achievement. Now this is a global giants can tie up with local hospitals and they can give predictive results. Now, this I was talking about robot assisted surgery. So these are some examples here. Just like the patient, the doctor is doing all the surgeries. Robot can give exact precision on how to deal with it, and the exact precision. It has been found in some of the experiments that robot assisted surgery gives more precision than the what the doctor would have done on his own, along with other doctors. So probably we can use robots wherever we think it can be advantageous. This is a resident robot again used in healthcare. Darwin C resident robot. So you can see that a lot of advancements are possible. Grace is a robot nurse, right? Now this nurse was developed by the same Hong Kong-based company which developed Sophia, and they have done this for elderly patient healthcare. So the grace can give a lot of emotions, expressions on the face, just like what human beings do. Elderly people are also requiring that they have some kind of a people talking to them, people reacting to certain things. So it behaves like just a human being, right? So this is something which is going to be a game changer going ahead in healthcare sector because one of the main problems, psychological problems, which was discovered post COVID, is that people were uh, people were rather feeling lonely, especially the elderly people. Especially the elderly people were feeling lonely. They were not able to relate to things, and that was the reason why they actually. Some of them went into depression. So all this can be tackled using this robotic nurse. So these are some applications that could change the healthcare sector. Uh, Now, these are all very conservative estimates. I believe that by 2026 we would be going much above this. The potential annual value would be going much above this. Robot assisted surgery, virtual nursing assistance, administrative workflow, fraud detection because the payments will be made, the reports will be shared. So fraud detection is required, cyber security is required. So all these are areas where a lot of research can go on. So these are some of the areas where how digital health applications can be developed, starting from health information, knowledge. Just hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a urgent call actually. So digital health applications are dealing with all this like personal health devices. So there's a lot of, I mean, not only research is being done, but there are a lot of startups also which are being developed in the healthcare sector. And these startups are very successful, and many of them have actually become unicorns also within 2 years. So this is something which we are looking at as a big change along with research in this domain. Now, what I really visualize here is that there can be some kind of virtual hospital solutions which can be provided. Because what we found is there were a lot of problems as far as hospital occupancy is concerned. Most of during COVID peak times, hospitals were occupied. There were no beds free. The particular ICUs were not available. So there were a lot of patients who were not having that major problem, but still they were occupying the beds of the hospital. So to counter that, we can have a virtual hospital solution wherein the patient app can be there in the patient side. There he can have smart connected devices. I'll show you some of the devices here. From the patient side, all the information regarding the vital parameters is conveyed through these connected devices to the doctor, and through video conferencing or video streaming or data storage and processing, all the details of the patient would be received by the doctor or the hospital. And lab tests also can be performed, the sample can be taken and lab test reports can be shared. Uh, Based on that, hospital side electronic health records of each patient is created along with the entire history of the medical imaging, etc. Lab related solutions would be available. So based on that, a proper advice can be given to the patient on how the treatment should go on, what are the steps to take through the doctor sitting in the hospital and the patient sitting at the home. So this is something which is a virtual health hospital solution which can be provided. Now again, as far as connected devices are concerned, we need to do a lot of research into it. So a lot of research solutions are there here. Medical imaging, a lot of research is possible. So huge potential for research in this sector. So these are the vital, as I told you, that all these are smart healthcare connected devices, which can give the patients vital details, medication intake data, everything. So when a patient is actually calling up a doctor or it's through remote login, etc., immediately the patient doctor has a complete history of the patient along before him, and then he advised the treatment. So ultimately, this is going to lead to a cloud-based electronic uh, health record of the patient with each doctor who is dealing with the patient. That can be available to. Sometimes it happens that we have people from the rural areas whose files are not missing, whose files are not able to manage their whole healthcare related physical data in files, etc. So for them, this is an ideal solution where we can have all the data on a cloud. There are many real life examples where this has been done already and this has been very successful. So virtual hospital is going to be the future. We can reduce going to the hospital, and especially for the senior citizens who are not having any critical ailment, but they just need some medication. They can be provided medication from home itself. These are some of the wearable devices I was talking about: smart glasses, smart watch, smart shirt, um, GPRS, body control, Bluetooth key tracker. So a lot of things are there which will give you details. Apollo Healthcare, Apollo has decided a scheme now. People, many of the users are using this. Where what they are doing is that they are giving some kind of there's an app related to the smart device, whatever it is, it's a mobile, or it may be a particular smart watch also. Now, along with that, they have an app which will actually measure how many steps the client is taking every day, and if by the end of the year so many steps are taken, then they get some discount in their premium. So that is a way of increasing the healthcare availability, as well as motivating people towards healthy lifestyle also. So this is something which can be done. Request keep yourself muted. I think so. Somebody has unmuted themselves. This is the architecture for wearable devices. As I told you that wearable devices work in this fashion. So this is how the entire thing now. Even the patient's images are taken by the app, and those images. Suppose if I say I have if I take an image of my eye and I send it to the doctor, based on that, it can be implemented that and the doctor can suggest a treatment and also decide what are the problems with my health. So a lot of analytics into it, data storing, streaming data. So a lot of technology and research going will go into this to provide effective solutions. This is a magic toilet. Again, this is not an ordinary one. There are sensors, IoT-based sensors already fitted into this toilet. So whenever anybody is passing stool itself, etc., or within these details sample is collected, and the details parameters are going to the doctor, and this is all connected to some devices, and this can give an effective way of checking the health on a daily basis without going to the doctor. This is a very common sight. Again, this is also directly related with healthcare, because if waste management is not automated, then healthcare sector will also suffer. So a lot of healthcare, as I told you, healthcare innovations are taking place in 2021, 22. So these are some of the startups in different areas of healthcare, analytics, drug discovery, chatbots, huge potential for such startups. IoT is going to play an important role along with deep learning, along with various other technologies, maybe cloud computing for storage. So all this is going to be a very important role and a lot of research opportunities in all these areas. Some devices, which are some smart devices, like if you have, I just heard about a bed. When you sleep actually on that bed, so that bed is having some kind of sensors, parameters, which will actually try to measure how healthy your sleep is. Are you getting I mean, if some people have that 1 o'clock in the night, they immediately get this time, wake up, and they don't get sleep afterwards. So that kind of healthy sleep or unhealthy sleep, that can also be monitored, and that patient can get the details, doctor can get those details. So you can also measure your, because if there is adequate for any health to be proper of a person, there are two main parameters. That is, one is the digestive system should be proper, and the sleep should be proper. So these two are the major health problems can be avoided. So these all parameters are recorded, and then they can be monitored through this. And there's a lot of such devices are there. I just listed some of them. Now I just like to end up with the challenges in the research pertaining to healthcare. Now there are a lot of lifestyle related disorders and diseases. So the problem here is that we are not in sync. Like we are not, means I would like to say that those academicians or those researchers who are doing research into healthcare, they may not be in direct contact with the healthcare sector, because I am from the technology side now. I may not be in direct contact with the hospital and the authorities. So lifestyle related disorders and diseases are changing drastically. So there are new diseases coming in. There are old diseases like which are repeating themselves. So how do we go about it? So that is a big challenge. Harnessing advanced health technology. There are a lot of advanced health technology available, but knowledge about that is not there to many of the people. So how do we deal with that? Information and integrated health services. Now that is very costly right now. We need to bring down the cost of that also. Cyber security, because everything is going to be online, so all this health record should be confidential. So can that be confidential? Cyber security challenges are there. Rising healthcare costs, as I told you, that is a major problem. We need to reduce the healthcare because that is going to affect the patient more than the health parameters. Payment processing and invoicing, that again needs to be secure enough. Pressure on pharmaceutical prices. Now the prices of pharmaceutical companies needs to be reduced. There's a huge pressure on that, and how can they give effective solutions? So that needs to be worked out. Regulatory changes in the healthcare sector where automation should be given more priority. Healthcare staffing shortages are there, so robots can be included, which can reduce the staffing challenges. And reduction in automation costs like robots, etc. So these are all some parameters which we feel that these are immediate challenges in research pertaining to healthcare. And I feel that if we have a concentrated effort where academicians, researchers are also involved into this kind of research, and combined with the healthcare sector, we can probably meet most of the challenges. These are some of the references that I have taken. I would just like to end with the slogan: stay physically connected, stay socially connected, and maintain physical distancing. And collaboration is the key, because when you are socially connected, collaboration opportunities will be definitely increasing. I've just stopped my screen, and if there are any questions, I'm open to it.
If there are any questions for the speakers, you could put it up in the chat box or have it addressed directly.
We are actively working in this sector, so if anybody is wishing to interested or wishing to collaborate in this field also, my email ID in the chat box. So in case if you are interested, you can contact me through this email also. Yeah, I think so. There are no questions.
If there are more questions, then we shall proceed with concluding the keynote session then.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you for the organizers for organizing this.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for giving us your wonderful, sharing with us your wonderful knowledge and for telling us all the required information that is there. And I hope the session was informative for everyone that has been present here. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. On that note, we are concluding our keynote session for day 2 of our conference. So we will be starting our technical sessions in another 5 minutes. So I would like to announce that we will be having certain breakout rooms where we would require the participants to join in. And within the next 5 minutes, we will be starting our technical sessions. So I request the participants to kindly please be ready. Now it is 11:29, so we'll be starting exactly at 11:35.
Of how to join breakout room.
Ma'am, you would have gotten a request asking you to join the breakout room, or else you can click on the breakout room option that is on the bottom of your screen called as breakout rooms. You can click on that
Thank you,
and scroll to your ring and join it.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
May I request the participants to please come on camera for a few seconds so that we could take a virtual photograph. I would like to request the participants to come on camera for a few seconds, sorry, so that we could take a group photograph. I see lots of faces. Thank you so much for coming on cam. All right, so we are taking a group pic on my count. So 1, 2, and 3. Everyone, please smile. All right, thank you so much everyone for coming on camera, to all those who have. So we still have 1 minute left to start the technical sessions. Kindly prepare yourself. There are breakout rooms that have been opened. Join into your respective breakout rooms. There are 3 tracks, track 1, track 2, and track 3. Track 1 will be happening here in the main hall, whereas track 2 and track 3 will be happening in the breakout rooms. Kindly join into your breakout rooms, everyone.
Hello, excuse me.
Yes, sir. We'll be starting the session shortly.
Okay, okay, okay. Sure.
Dr. Manjunath, are you here? Dr. Manjunath? Dr. Manjunath?
Manjunath sir, have you joined the conference? Shall we start the session, sir?
Participants, please bear with us as our session share is having certain audio problems. So we're just trying to sort it out. Participants, please bear with us as we are sorting out the issues.
Hello, madam. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Manjunath, sir.
Yeah, you can start. Yeah, you can start, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. So we'd like to welcome our session, technical sessions, track one professor that we have, Dr. Manjunath R, Professor and Head, CSE RRIT VTU. He has received his bachelor's degree in computer science and engineering from the University of Keyumbu, Karnataka, India, a master's degree in computer science and engineering from Visvesvaraya Technological University, Karnataka, India, a master of business administration in human resource from Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, India, and PhD from Tumkur University, Karnataka, India. He has more than 20 years of experience in academics, industry, and research. He is currently working as a professor and head in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at RR Institute of Technology, VTU, Bangalore. He has presented and published 42 papers in Scopus, peer-reviewed IEEE journals and conferences. He has organized more than 120 orientation programs, seminars, workshops, SDPs, FDPs, national and international conferences for students and academicians. He is a member in various professional bodies like ISTE, IAENG, SDIWC, IAOE. He has filed 2 patent topics and submitted more than 10 proposals to the organization such as VGST, AICTE, VTU, and AIU. His area of interest include data mining, data science and analytics, software engineering, multimedia, cloud and grid computing, image processing, and business intelligence. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. So I would like to inform you that we have 10 participants in track 1. To the participants, I would like to tell you that your presentation time would be for 8 minutes and you will have 2 minutes to answer any questions from the session chair or from the audience. I repeat, your presentation time is 8 minutes with 2 minutes to answer any questions from the session chair or from the audience. Kindly sort out your technical issues beforehand so that we can save time. And also, while presenting your research, please put it on the presentation mode. Without any further delay, I would like to invite the first author, who is Sridhara H. His paper on sign language recognition and translation into speech.
Good afternoon. I'm Sridhar Hegde, and I'm currently a graduate from Ecg Institute of Technology, Bangalore, and I'm currently working as an employee at IBM India Software Labs. So I'd like to take the liberty of sharing my screen and begin my presentation. So the topic that we have done our research on is called sign language recognition and translation into speech. So the authors of this paper are myself, Sridhar Hegde, and Udesh Jha, Sarvesh L. Viraktamat, and our guide, Mrs. Dr. Devi Kannan, who is a faculty at Computer Science Department in ADRIA. So a little biography about us. So all of the authors and the guides are from the Ecg Institute of Technology, Bangalore, which is located near Hebbal. And as I introduced, all of us are currently fresh graduates of 2022 batch. So moving on, coming to the research, the abstract, speech impairment is one of the problems that most people face. Although the people who are specially abled, instead of calling them disabled, let's call them specially abled. And these people who are impaired have a lot of problem communicating to normal people like us. So although their percentage in the population is pretty low, there remains a huge challenge for non-sign language speakers to talk with them. So basically what these people who have speech impairment do, they communicate through something called a sign language. So they use various signs and expressions and movements of their hand and fist, and even in some cases their body, to communicate certain signs and certain communications to others. So since we as normal people can't communicate with those people with that clarity, since most of the population does not understand sign language, the idea is to help out the general public and the people who are disabled or specially able rather, and provide a bridge between them and connect them together. So basically we plan to we are using, in this research we are using vision based sign language recognition, which we use deep learning models in order to recognize different signs. So there are other methods that are currently in use, that is primarily in the in the media or in many different scenarios, is that they use video remote human interpreting using high-speed internet connections. So these have come up in the past 5 years. So what they do basically is, if you look at some videos, or if you look at if you have come across a few videos on YouTube where there are some court orders, or there are some speeches that are being given by the President of the United States, there is a person standing next to the podium who's doing expressions in sign language, so that even the deaf and dumb people can be like, they can understand what the person is telling, although they can't hear him. So what they do is they use another person to interpret it. So basically this basically is a fancy term for video call. So somebody who knows a sign language will basically be in video call with the person who's specially abled, and will translate it to the other person who cannot understand sign language. So although this can be used, but in certain cases where there is no internet connectivity, or there's no possibility of having this kind of a feature, or the availability of somebody who knows sign language, it is not going to be effective at all. So the proposition is to use a convolutional neural network model and to use it to extract special features from the video stream and to recognize sign language. So the main methodology would be like, I'd like to directly go to this image where you'll get more clarity. So basically what we do is, the person who does the sign language expression, he performs the expression, and that the expression that the person performs is captured in the camera. So this camera can be mobile or laptop, and the input from the camera is taken, and the input is pre-processed. That is, we normalize it, we resize it to the appropriate size of the input of the CNN, and this will be passed through a CNN which is already trained for different sign language expressions, and that will be forwarded to a speech engine. So the speech engine basically will tell like what the word or the alphabet the person is performing in that particular frame. The speech engine will spit it out as a speech output. So you can, of course, we'll display it on the screen, as well as we'll get a speech output. So this is the plan, and the CNN model has this kind of an architecture. So we basically take 28 by 28 by 1, that is an image of this dimensions. So we have 28 pixels by 28 pixels, and we just have like one channel here. And what we do is that we pass it through three convolutional layers, and each convolutional layer has a kernel size of 3 cross 3. And what we do in that is we make use of max pooling in order to basically cascade the effects of the different convolutional layers. So we use max pooling rule to extract features from each layer and pass it on to the next. And then we also have the softmax layer, and after the softmax layer we have different classifications, and based on what it classifies, the class will be selected and that will be put forward. So if we have already, like, we have a prototype and a working model of this, we have also created a mobile application for the same. So for this, we have used a combination of our own, like we have generated our own data set, as well as used some of the open source available data sets. So one of the biggest problems that, and the accuracy of the model that we have created is at 97% at its peak. So the biggest problems that we had faced while making this project was, and doing this research overall, was that we had a problem of data, because we did not have clean and concise data, which was, useful for the, like it was easy for us to process it. It was not available. So we had to generate our own data sets at certain instances for a lot of words and a lot of expressions. And also the background in which the photos are clicked have a huge impact on the result of the model. So all of these challenges were the ones that we face. And for future work, I'd say I feel that we need more amounts of data, and we also need to incorporate dynamic gestures. So it is hard to recognize signs which have movement in them, lateral or linear or lateral movement. So to recognize them, we would like to further work on improving that in the future, that is. So these are our references that we have referred to, and that's it. Thank you. So any questions?
So what's your good name?
I'm Sridhar Hegde, sir.
Sridhar Hegde. Okay. So your presentation was good, and you are from which department?
Computer science.
Very good. Okay. So there are a few questions. One is why you have chosen this CNN architecture? There are a few more architecture. So can you tell me why you have chosen the CNN?
So CNN was chosen by us because basically what we are doing is a classification task here, right? So when we want to classify, let's say, images, because even though we are streaming video here, but end of the day it is an image, right? That video is just a set of different frames or images. So the best available thing that is there in the research or for practical implementations also is CNN. So, and the one advantage with that using CNN is that we have lots of libraries where we can actually implement them using TensorFlow or Scikit-learn.
But if you go with other architecture also, there are some advantages with other architecture. So can I know any specific?
So specific, the biggest advantages with CNN is that the spatial and temporal features of the image are, it is easily, we can easily capture those. So with others, we may have to add additional layers and add, like something like HMM in order to, separate the subject from the part that we are focusing on. So since different signs are, different, they're very close in proximity, right? So between a 2 and 3, there's only one small finger's difference. So in a huge frame, just recognizing one extra finger itself is a problem. So to do that, it is practical, and it is a lot faster to use a CNN rather than the other approaches that are existing.
Okay. So second question is, somewhere you have mentioned ample amount of data. So why that word ample? So you don't have a specific size of data?
So what we had used was around 20,000 images for each class. So we can basically improve the architecture that we have and propagate.
When we are doing some experiment, we should have a specific size, right?
Correct.
So we can't say ample amount of data and we simply taking some files and we can't, right? You should know that. So my question is, what is the size of data you have been used in your project?
The data size that we've used is around 20,000 images per class. But I mentioned the ample here for future work. That is even more if we can get more than 20,000, because that is the amount that is available, and that is the amount that we were able to generate in the short constraint of time that we had. So if we can further get more data, the more
in
data
your project, what is the size you said? What is the number?
20,000.
20,000 you have taken for the implementation?
Yes.
20,000 samples?
Yes.
Hey, no.
No, 20,000 images I'm talking about.
Yeah, 20,000 images. It is not so easy.
We had most of it came from a data set that is available online, sir.
Okay. The last question is, in the conclusion, you have mentioned accuracy is 97. So
yes.
My question is, any comparison you have done with other architecture, or just referring to other papers, you are saying that my accuracy is 97?
The accuracy on the trained data, that is like train to test ratio when we take.
No. My question is, you got 97% accuracy. Good. Have you compared with other architecture, or any comparison you did in the implementation?
The problem was that the other implementations that existed, we were not able to get hold of like nice source codes for them, so that we can pass our training data and test them with theirs. So we had reached out to a few research people, like people who have actually completed their papers, and most of those people did not get back to us. So we did not get their source code, because people don't disclose it that easily, right?
Yeah,
so
that I know.
So that's
accuracy,
this accuracy is just our train and test.
Your accuracy is 97, I agree. But I want to know either when you are referring to other journal papers or somewhere, you know what is the accuracy they got?
With their,
you have any idea?
I mean, many of there are the one that we have mentioned here, this Ankita Vadhavan. So they also have 90+% accuracy on different data sets, but their data set is different, right? They have less number of classes in there.
Okay.
So
okay, thank you. Good, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, madam.
All right, thank you, presenter. Next, I would like to invite Prakash Kuchhadia, his paper on Grama Vikas, Village Interaction System.
Yes, ma'am. Is my voice audible?
Yes, it is audible.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So basically, we have the project name as Gram Vikas Village Interaction System, and right now I am the author, and co-author is Nitesh Kumar, and our guide is Hemalata KN. So going through briefly about me, like just now we have been graduated and from Atria Institute of Technology, and Professor Hemalata is our guide, and she helped us in our paper also. So now we have the biography. This is simple about the paper. What we have is Gram Vikas, which is like leads to an idea of solving problems related to the day-to-day life of farmers and villagers. So the idea is that the farmers which are having issues related to crops and the various other government schemes which they are not aware about. So for farmers, what is there that leaf disease and then many plants and the crops disease are also over there. So the local farmers or villagers can just interact with the machine, and then they can provide the leaf sample, so that the leaf sample may is scanned, and that for that we have used CNN also, and sorry. For that we have used CNN, and then apart from that, the farmer will get to know about what kind of issues that particular crop is having, like suppose what kind of viral or infection disease the system that a particular leaf or plant is having, and then it will provide the medication of that particular plant or the crop. So after that, it is also providing us the fertilizer which the farmer can buy and use as a fertilizer further for the better crop production. So the system which we are making is a simple interaction system which is easily understood by the illiterate also, that farmer can also interact via voice, text or image. So it is easier for him to interact with the machines and providing a simple solution. So the solution can be also provided in local language, and for that we have also used Python, we have also used voice recognition also for the local language conversion, and for making it convenient for the farmers as well as for the villagers. So front end HTML, CSS and React backend we have used Flask, and the CNN algorithm we have used in this project. So about this paper, what we have done research over here is that the particular instance at how the leaf is getting the disease on the leaf and the plants, how it is getting detected, and the methodology is like, suppose the user is providing a text input to the machine, like what kind of queries the farmer can have. Suppose farmer wants to know that what kind of government scheme are provided to me, so it will be provided in text or voice also, both. That can be in local language. To each individual area we can make the local language system. Suppose right now we are in Karnataka, so for that I have used the team members help, and then we have done that voice recognition part in Karnataka local Kannada language. So if we are shifting from state to state, that also can vary, and that can also be implemented and changed. And apart from that, if the user is providing the images of the particular crop or the particular sample of the leaf, sample of the crop or the plant, so that plant and the crop disease will be detected on that particular leaf using CNN, and that AIML will be used, and that will be provided, that solution will be provided to the farmers or the villagers. So basically this is the simple result which we can see over here. There's a simple interaction system in which we can use this AIML AI engine is over here. So on using that AI engine, one second. On using that AI engine, we have to select over here the leaf. The leaf is selected, so it is detecting that the status is bacterial and the disease name is bacterial spot. So the causes are over mentioned over there, that how the causes are occurred and what kind of remedies for the particular plants, and that what kind of fertilizers we used for the particular disease. So apart from that, voice assistance is also available, as I have mentioned. Suppose a farmer is asking in local language, he wants to know some yojana, suppose Rajiv Gandhi Yojana. So he will be speaking in that form after this pop-up appears, so that he will getting the output as well as in local language and apart from that, that text is also mentioned over it. So if he is able to read, so he can also read the particular schemes and other some queries. So conclusion, coming to the conclusion, this interaction systems, basically what it does, it helps the farmer to solve their day-to-day life problems, and it also helps them to get to know about the systems, that government schemes which the government is providing to them. So it is useful for them, so they can use that particular schemes and for features of that particular schemes, so that they can make a better crop production and overall growth of the country also. So it helps it also helps them to get rid of yield in farming. It promotes the growth of growth of crops and plants, and basically it addresses their queries, simple queries which they ask can also be addressed through this. And further, for future scope, what we can do on this particular project is like, we have an idea of including that fertilizer of a particular area. Suppose each and every area have a different soil fertility. So on that basis, if some samples are collected of the particular area soil, so that we can find the nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium values, and then on that basis we can provide the eco fertilizers to the particular plant. So this system, this other system can also be added to this particular project. So these are the few areas from which we have taken the help and appendix, from where we have collected the sources. And I would like to thank you everyone for patiently listening to me.
Okay. So, what's your good name?
Sir, Prakash Kuchadia, sir.
You're from Mayatria.
Yes, sir. I'm from Ecg Institute of Technology.
Okay. So, village interaction system. See, nowadays we know what are the information where there are multiple of apps available and
Yes,
where
sir.
people can interact through that. Okay, even
Yes, sir.
government also they have released some app where the farmers can get into that app and there is a local language and also the other language. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what is the main difference with respect to this? And also where the farmers can get the information through the websites, government websites.
Yes, sir.
So what
Sir,
is the
for
difference?
okay. So
What is,
for this, basically, sir, what we are thinking, like suppose a farmer who is not having, suppose a phone or a smartphone or anything, suppose for that person we are talking, a simple machine-like system can be installed near various locations and various villages area. So on that, what he can do is this system also not only just provide the government scheme in local language, but for the farmers, what it does that it helps to recognize the condition of the particular like leaf. Suppose he is providing a crop leaf and then he can just provide the input to the particular machine or the system. So what it does is rectifies and identifies the disease. So it will provide a particular solution for what that fertilizer and how much of a fertilizer should the farmer should use. And also it will just mention the supplement that you can directly buy from the eco fertilizer websites which are available.
okay, I think you have used, what is the model you have used? CNN, right?
Yes, sir.
So why this CNN has been used? There are
So for
different architectures.
yes, sir.
Now, have you studied all the architecture or somebody told to use the CNN?
Sir, no, no, not exactly like that, but other are CNN. What it does, it's help to like separate the background, as my friend also mentioned just right now, Sridhar Hegde, that it will help to separate the background from easily from the leaf is there, that it will be focused on the leaf area, and that CNN is also like helping and easier to like work on, and that was also available directly for us. So even that understanding helped us to go to CNN.
Hmm. Okay, anyhow, your project is good, but there is need for improvement.
Yes, sir.
One is it looks like a small application where you have developed
Yes, sir.
some improvement in this project. Okay, so thank you, Prakash. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes,
Sure.
hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
madam. Yeah.
Sorry, sir. I had internet issues. Sir, which paper is this one, sir? Arduino-based driver.
Village interaction system. Madam, please share me the Excel sheet or Word sheet to evaluate, so to enter the marks.
Okay. Okay, sir. I'll share it. But this is not there in the list now, sir. Can you go to the first slide? I want a screenshot.
Ma'am, me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Prakash.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 second, sir.
Okay, you have this is technical session 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is technical session 3, track 1, second paper.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. I'll take this.
Basic science होगे. Madam, next author, please. Next paper.
Okay, sir. So next, I would like to invite Kiran Deshmukh Math, the survey anomaly detection in cellular networks. Kiran Deshmukh Math.
Yes, ma'am. I just share my screen.
ಅದು ನೀನು ಓಕೆ ಮಾಡು, ನನಗೆ ಇದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
Okay. Is my screen visible? Am I audible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. So our topic is on anomaly detection in cellular networks. This is a survey paper. So this is me, Kiran Deshmukh. And I have completed my BE in 2019 from KLE Dr. M.H. Vishkari, and currently I'm pursuing my MTech in computer network engineering and also working in SARSI. And my guide is Dr. Jayalakshmi DS. She is an associate professor in computer science department of Ramaya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. So over abstract. So this is a subject paper on the cellular networks, anomaly detection in cellular networks. So as we know that a tremendous amount of data is produced by and about people, electronic device, and interaction between them. So like in a condition, if there is a high surge in traffic in some particular hotspot, so this may lead to a service outage in the same area. So this type of unexpected behavior are called as outliers or anomalies. So this detection of these anomalies is highly valuable for users as well as for the network operators. So this paper gives brief information about the anomalies in cellular networks, the call data records which are generated from the core networks, and the methods and techniques used, and the different approaches which are used for detecting the anomaly. And this paper also gives research challenge with data set used for network anomaly detection. Okay, so anomalies in cellular networks. So what is anomaly? So this represents a behavior of a network which is different than what is expected or observed. What should be expected? So that reason could be anywhere like between a high surge in traffic or a hardware failure in a base station, or a high surge in traffic in a cellular tower. So this significant growth in traffic demand in a particular area or hotspot may eventually rise to a service outage, and this may decrease the QoS, means the quality of experience for the user. So this behavior can be referred as the anomalies. So yeah, so as I mentioned, this detection is valuable for both network operators and the users. So before coming to the detection of the anomalies, we should know how the data is collected, that is from the cellular networks. So cellular networks data is generated by interaction between mobile phones and the cellular networks. That is the cell towers or the base stations, or the BTS, means the base transceiver stations. So there are three ways in such data is generated. First, like when a user uses a phone for calls, for text messages, or for accessing the internet. So this actively generated data is stored by the mobile operator for billing purposes actually, and is often referred as call data record, CDR. So how the CDR is, like, this is in a 4G architecture. I'm going to show how the CDR is generated and where it is stored. So consider this is the UV, this is the user equipment. The equipment sensor request to the eNode B, that is the base station. Then this request is sent to the MME, that's the mobile mobility entity, which authentically guides the users and sends it to appropriate service gateway, that is SGW, and it is also sent to the PGW. Okay, so then in the packet data network, there is another block called PCRF, which will which is used for billing purposes, how much data the user is using and how much cost the data user has been going through, and the PGW will connect the user to the other networks. So the HSS is the home subscriber server, which will contain the user data, subscriber data, and everything. And this whole part, this is called as the core network, which will have the CDR, that is the core. That is the CDR. This is a CDR example. This is how a call data recorder looks, and this is the raw data. It should be pre-processed, and yeah. So for detecting anomalies, there are different methods. So yeah, I have taken some of the methods here. One is statistical method. It is where statistical method based anomaly detection technique, where the statistical model are applied for anomaly detection. It includes threshold based methods like AT method, that is adaptive threshold method. A threshold method based techniques need prior knowledge of the anomalous behavior for setting the threshold. So the main drawback of this threshold-based technique are the need of prior knowledge about the anomalous behavior for setting the threshold. So coming to the classification-based methods. In classification-based method category, there are several methods like decision tree, rule-based method. So classification-based methods makes use of label data for making the classifier learn, and then it applies the learn classifier for classifying it instance or test instance as an anomalous or normal. So classification-based methods are considered flexible, but they require a label data. So for labeling the data, since we have seen the picture of the CDR, it requires a great human effort to get the label data. So coming to clustering based, clustering based are mostly used for the widely used for the anomaly detection. This method doesn't require pre-labeled data. Here is mostly used for anomaly detection. Here, one of the clustering algorithm is K-means algorithm. This algorithm has been used in many papers and by many researchers for detecting anomalies, and because of its ability to solve clustering problems of the large data sets. Okay, so research challenges during the generation from the data. So the data is actually collected by the deep packet inspection at the core network, which inspect the packet header and the data part. But because of increasing encryption of the packet has left deep packet inspection incapable of classifying traffic types and key performance indicators. So the data, therefore the data mining and machine learning techniques are applied for this. So the data heterogeneity, it means the data is actually not structured, is unstructured or semi-structured, as I showed you before. It is normally not possible by relational database management to manage. So the NoSQL database like Cassandra and MongoDB are used at the core networks for the more efficient for storing the data in a. Okay, so coming to the conclusion, anomaly detection is, like as I told, is valuable for network operator and the users. So for the better QoS. And this paper gives an overview of the fourth generation of network architecture, these call data records and these processing challenges, the detection methods, and its benefits and drawbacks. Since we know that the network is becoming more complex, so the network needs more attention, to maintain a good quality of service for the users. So in an annexure, you can find the CDR data, freely available CDR data, which is available at the Harvard Dataware, and this is a link. You can find the CDR data of the Telecom Italia and telecommunication operator who have released a 2-month call data record for the research purposes. This data is mostly used for the detection of anomaly in the cellular networks projects. So we can find the research paper, reference papers which are related to this topic using this link.
Okay. So what's your good name?
My name is Kiran Deshmukh.
Kiran. Okay, Kiran, there are a few questions. One is, this is a survey paper. Yeah, you did only study, so you're not implemented the paper, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me the one real-time example with respect to the anomaly detection?
Real-time meanings? No.
One example.
Okay.
Anomaly detection example.
Okay, so there are frameworks which are used in Italy, which uses AI and the ad server for detect the anomalies. What happens there is they use ad servers in the various areas, and the ad servers will continuously process the CDR collected from the network, and it will.
No. My question you didn't get that. I think you have not catch my question. My question is example of anomaly detection.
Okay.
Example I want, that's all. Because this is a study survey paper.
Yes, sir.
One sample example.
Okay, you mean when like for example, if we go to the graph over here, so if there is an high surge in a traffic, like sometimes if any switch or any electronic machine is not working at a particular base station,
some example and all they are asking.
Yeah.
One example you tell.
Yeah, second question. Okay, leave that. Okay, example like, see, if I am using a credit card or if I am using a ATM card, okay. So if I do more transaction, so the bank people will get, okay. So they will observe the behavior of that particular day, and they are going to block. Or they are, you know, when we do the transaction, okay, they send the messages, right? If you are not used, please let us know.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear.
That is the anomaly where we are anomaly detected, and the bank people will block the card. Okay. So second question is while means you are talking about the anomaly detection methods, right? So which anomaly detection method is better?
Yeah, so the clustering based detection method is better compared to the statistical and the classification based, because since we know that the data gathered from the network are not mainly not structured, and so the clustering based technique doesn't require any pre-labeled data. Non-clustered data is enough for that.
Okay. Second question is your study is okay. That we'll see. Your second question is your study is on survey on anomaly detection in cellular network, right? So why you are choosing the cellular network?
Okay. So actually, I got interested into this when I was doing research on the big data analysis. So I came into the reading into the cellular networks, where there are quite problems when there's an like huge traffic in a particular area. So that might lead to service outages for the users. So I thought of doing research on anomalies in the cellular networks. It came when I was reading about the big data analytics.
So cellular network, like what is the range? What is the range needed?
Okay, so it depends on, so in urban areas the range is 1 to 10 kilometers. In rural areas the range is from 10 to 50 kilometers.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Kiran. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next, madam.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Rajeshwari B.S. Detection of COTS starfish in underwater image using convolution neural networks, a survey. Dr. Rajeshwari S. Co-authors Sumant KV, Shashidhar, Sharan DB, and Shiji. I once again call Dr. Rajeshwari B.S.
Madam. Hello, madam.
Yes, sir.
Madam, what is the paper ID of first paper?
The paper ID of first one is 150634871.
Second paper, madam.
16069.
Gram Vikas paper ID.
Yes, sir. 160
1669
69 10346.
346. Third paper, madam.
16061978842.
Okay. Fourth paper.
170
170
65
65
70936.
936. Okay. Next you call, madam.
Dr. Rajesh.
Fifth
Dr.
paper
Rajeshwari has not responded. Yes, sir. I'm just calling.
No.
Dr. Rajeshwari has not responded. I'm moving on to the next paper, which is the fifth paper. Husna Khanum. Miss Husna Khanum?
Yeah, ma'am.
All right. Her topic on students' marks prediction. Her paper ID is 18060927763.
Okay, madam. Yeah, continue, madam. This is session. Madam, this is a session. Which session?
Sir, this is technical session 3, track 1.
3, track 1. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, madam.
Our topic is students' marks prediction. I am the author, Husna Khanum, and the co-author is Indraja J. And our project guide is Dr. Devi Kannan. Going to biography, the main domain what we have used is machine learning using Python. The platform we have used is Jupyter Notebook, Python 3.8. Description is, here we are predicting the students' marks based on the behavior of students. Abstract, in present education system, students' performance is getting worsen every day. In order to this, predicting students' marks in advance will help the teachers as well as the students in increasing the performance of their grades. Problem statement. At the beginning, all the UG students, most of them are motivated and they will perform well in their first semesters. But as time passes, there might be decrease in their performance. The factors we have considered in this is name, then gender, age, online or offline. In online, it can be online classes, or whether the teacher faculty is teaching in online mode or referring to YouTube videos. Next, we have environment. Whether the student is sitting in the library and studying, or going to college, or studying in home, or doing a group study. Next, home. Here we have considered family support. Some parents may be like well educated, like doctors, teachers, and all. From them, they get good support. Next, we have included parents' occupation. occupation, college, then travel time, study time, outdoor games, first sem marks, IA marks, and second sem marks. Based on this, we have done our project.
So the design methodology is here. So first we have collected the students' data, then pre-processing is done. So here after that, the data sets are trained. After training, we apply the regression machine and we predict the sample model. And after those models, and after that evaluation is done. And after evaluating, we get the predicted results or expected results. So the proposed here architecture is as our project contains many factors. First, we pre-process the data set, and after that, we apply the weight according to the features by applying the random forest algorithm, and we apply the G2 technique. The variables are sorted, and top 10 variables, like according to their weights, were taken for training. Only top 10 were taken for training purposes, and we train the model with different variables, and also we train the models with the top 3 features. So these features may be like based on the student absent days, according to their travel time, all those things. So we have used ANN model to train these top variables. So neural network has also high. If they are ready, if the hidden layer will describe the relationship, and also the noise will be able to use, otherwise the unusable data. So here is the architecture. As we know, system design can be an abstract model which defines the structure and behavior of the system. So the main architectural design, we consider the student data sets, and then we have used Python and Django, and the front end is we have taken the front end as HTML website, and in that website we get our predicted result. So this is the use case diagram. So it will be used for user interaction with the system, and that shows the connection between the user and also different cases within the user is involved. Here we can see the admin is used. Admin is after admin we can log in and view all the types of forms which are available, and then we can add the department of which the student is studying, and then a student name and also student marks, and finally the student will be able to view the result in the website. So the main algorithms we have used here is KNN algorithm, linear regression, and support vector machines. In KNN, we have used KNN algorithm because it's for supervised learning. KNN assumes that it is the similarity between the new data and the available data, and together put these data into a category so that is most similar to available categories. So this algorithm stores all available data and classifies the new point data based on the similarity. Linear regression, it is used for forecasting and also finding out the cause and effect relationship between the variables. It is method of modeling a target value based on their independent predictors. Support vector machine, it can perform nonlinear classification. So this is the welcome page. As we see the results, first we'll get a login or sign up page, and we can click on login button if we are a new user, or if we are an old user, then we can sign up. So here in this, we can enter the students' details. First for login thing, we have to enter the details like username, email ID, its phone number, and password. And then the user login ID will be created. After creating, he or she can enter the username and also its related password. So this is the main page. Here, the details of the students and related to its factors can be entered. First, we'll enter the ID, hours of study, and what gender, age, and its mode of study, whether it is online or offline. And we have included parents' occupation and also travel time, like how many hours does he travel from his college to home, so that amount of time can be covered for his studying hours. And also we have taken first sem and second sem marks. So the final result will be here. So according to linear regression, the predicted marks would be 66. According to decision tree, it is 70%. And according to KNN, it is 70%. We have compared with these three algorithms. And also after expecting the result, we have also given the suggestions like what type of mode of study can be adopted so that he or she can increase the marks. And also it gives us the remarks of the predicted score, which is less than 80 or 70. So this is the graph we have got for scatter plotter graph. It is linear. This is against a student study hours versus student marks. So we have got a linear graph here. For comparison, we have used linear regression. Here, according to the number of hours study, the value, we get the value. So blue indication describes the first CGPA, and red mark indicates the second semester CGPA. So according to the number of hours of study, we can predict the number of CGPA we can get. So this is a linear regression graph. So the accuracy for linear regression is 97%. So thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
In while explaining the methodology, you said some best accuracy. So how you say it is a best accuracy? With respect to this, what the model you have been used, ANN model?
Sir, we have taken three algorithms for comparison. Sir, first we got the scatter plotter graph. It's so for that comparison, we have again taken linear regression as another algorithm, and we have compared scatter plotter graph and this linear regression. So the highest accuracy we got was linear regression, sir. We have used three algorithms: linear regression, decision tree, KNN. But comparison to these three, linear regression accuracy was high, sir. As you seen in this result page, when marks was predicted, we have compared three algorithms. So in that algorithm, we can find linear regression accuracy is more, sir.
Okay, so three variables. Hello.
Yes, sir.
You were somewhere you were saying that there are three variables have been used. What are the three variables?
Sir, those variables are like we have taken the factors of mode of study or parents' occupation, and the number of hours of study, sir.
Okay, so these are the three variables what you have considered for the implementation?
Yes, sir. The main three are these, sir, but we have included many other like parents' occupation also. Like if a student is a sports person, he will consider he will take more time for his sports and less time for his study hours. So that factor also we have considered.
So what's your good name?
Indraja, sir.
You're from which college?
Atria Institute of Technology.
Okay, okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to call upon Shruti Chugule. Her paper on survey on various biometric techniques. Paper number 2206091483. Shruti Chugule.
Yes, I will share my screen.
Madam, repeat the paper ID, please.
2206091483.
Madam, can you repeat the first paper ID, madam? 150?
150634871.
701. Thank you, madam.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, please carry on.
Yes.
Carry on.
Hi, I'm Shruti Chaugle, and I'm currently pursuing master's degree in computer science and engineering from Ramaya Institute of Technology, and I am here to give presentation on survey on various biometric techniques under the guidance of Professor Vandana Sardar. Abstract. Biometric is a rapidly developing technology and it is used in number of industries such as protected areas, security system, etc. Biometrics recognition system are used to recognize a person or authenticate a person, and various biometric traits such as fingerprint recognition, DNA recognition, retinal recognition, hand geometry, etc. are used for recognition purpose. Next is biometrics. Biometrics is a Greek word in which bio means life and metric means measures. Biometric is measuring and evaluating unique physical or behavioral characteristics which distinguishes one person from the other person. Biometrics are classified into two categories. One is a physiological biometrics, another one is a biological biometrics. In physiological biometrics are classified into fingerprint, iris, face, DNA, hand biometrics, and biological biometrics are classified into keystroke, signature, and voice biometrics. First one is a fingerprint recognition. Each person has distinct immutable fingerprints. The continuous curves on our fingerprint is called ridges. The point at which ridge ends is called ridge ending. The point at which two ridges meets is called bifurcation. The ridge ending and bifurcation together called as minutiae, and these minutiae are extracted into the template for fingerprint recognition. Fingerprint recognition can be carried out using minutiae-based approach, automated fingerprint identification system, correlation based approach, etc. Advantages of fingerprint recognition are faster recognition with smaller template. Identical twins will be having distinct fingerprints, and disadvantage will be system may be manipulated using false fingerprint and cuts and scars on fingerprint. Next is iris recognition. Iris is a circular connective tissue in an eye, which will be a thin, flexible, and colored. Each person will be having unique iris, and this iris will have round in shape, which controls the amount of light entering into the eyes. Amount of light entering into the eyes. Depending on the light, the size of pupil will increase or decrease. The pigmentation of iris will depend on different color. That is, some people may have the color black, brown, etc. Advantage of iris are highly scalable, highly accurate. Disadvantages are it requires iris scanner. Iris scanner is little bit costlier, and it requires high quality of images. Next is face recognition. Face recognition is based on ratio, measurement, and other physiological characteristics of a person. Face recognition can be carried out using eigenface algorithm, Fisher face algorithm, convolution neural network, etc. First step is to capture the face image using a camera. Then this captured face image will be given as an input to the face detector. Face detector will detect whether the input image contains the face or not. If the face image contains the if the input image contains the face, then it will return bounding boxes or anchor boxes. Then next step is feature extraction. In this step, features such as distance between nose and cheeks, and distance between nose and lips are extracted into the template. Then face descriptor will compare input image with all the images stored in the database. Advantage of face recognition is easy to store the template, sociable, non-intrusive, and disadvantage are lack of light darkness twins. Next is DNA recognition. DNA is a genetic material which is present in all the human living. Each person has different unique DNA. Only twins will share same DNA. DNA is a polymer which is made up of nucleotide units. Each nucleotide unit is composed of sugar, base, and phosphate. Thymine, cytosine, guanine, and adenine forms base pairs. Advantage, DNA recognition can be carried out using some encryption and decryption algorithm. And advantage of DNA recognition are it is highly unique, highly high performance, highly accurate, and disadvantages will be more privacy required. Next is hand and finger recognition. Hand geometry are classified into two categories. First is a contact-based hand geometry. Another one is a contactless hand geometry. In contact-based hand geometry, person is asked to place his hand on the surface of a scanner using the 5 pins. Then it will ensure the person's hand is in correct position with respect to the camera. And in contactless data acquisition of hand image is possible. Scanner are divided into the 2 categories. One is a optical scanner, another one is a infrared. In first category, bitmap images are captured using black and white camera, and second, 3-dimensional qualities are used to capture the or measure the hand shape in horizontal and vertical planes. Advantages of hand geometries are user friendly, more accurate, and disadvantage will be not suitable for too young children, and jewelry may impose limitations. Next is key stroke recognition. It is possible to determine the person by allowing them to type. It is also possible to determine the person's keyboardic pattern, typing speed, typing rhythm.
Madam, hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please conclude, madam.
Yeah. Yeah, and
you have done any implementation?
No, this
have
is
you
a
done
survey.
any implementation?
This is a survey paper.
Yeah, you can conclude, madam.
Yeah. Yeah, now we discussed different types. There are different types of biometrics are available, such as fingerprint, face, iris, voice, signature, etc. And when compared to the other recognition system, biometric system performs more accuracy, and it has more efficiency. In security system, if we use biometrics, it will be good.
Yeah, thank you very much. So because it is a survey paper, there is a simple 2 questions. One is you are talking about the fingerprint, right?
Yeah.
So in the fingerprint, what should be the fingerprint region? Have you done any study on this fingerprint region part?
We can use minutiae to carry out the fingerprint recognition.
No, I'm not talking about the recognition. I'm talking about the region. What is the fingerprint region? Not recognition.
We can focus on minutiae part.
Okay. So second question, you're talking about the face recognition. Can you give me the algorithm? Which algorithm is used for face recognition?
There are several algorithms are used: convolution neural network, Fisher-face algorithm, eigenface algorithm.
Which one is better? For example, you were talking in the conclusion about ATM, right? Which one will be the better?
My implementation paper is identification of unconscious patient using face and fingerprint. In that, I have used convolution neural network for face recognition.
Okay. Thank you very much, madam. Next.
Yes, sir. I'm calling them. Next is Mohammed Salman. He had requested and finished his paper presentation yesterday itself, so he will not be presenting today. So I'm moving on to the next one, who is Ishita Katyar. Could we have Ishita Katyar?
Yeah, I'm here.
Her paper on an efficient and intelligent decision making for eco-fertilization. The paper ID is 2606082397.
Start the presentation.
Go ahead, Ishita.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Madam, repeat the paper ID, please.
2606082397.
Okay. Yeah. This is paper ID of this present author, right? Who is?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll start the presentation.
Yes, madam, please.
So, good afternoon.
So my name is Ishita. I'm the author of this paper, and my co-authors are Gaurav Sharma, Sumukh Hegde, and Arpit Chakrabarti. And our guide in this was Dr. Manas Sarkar. And our paper name is An Efficient and Intelligent Decision Making for Eco-Fertilization. So biography, that is about us. So I am an alumnus of Atria Institute of Technology. We just and
yeah, sorry, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. And right now I'm SD at Ecolab Digital Center. My co-author Gaurav Sharma is working as an associate system engineer at TCS. And we have others, Sumukh Hegde and Arpit Chakraborty, who are alumnus of AIT. Our guide was Dr. Manas Sarkar, who is assistant professor at Atria Institute of Technology in the Department of Computer and Science Engineering. So he was the one who helped us throughout this project as well as paper. So our project name is eco-fertilization, where basically we are focusing on amount of fertilization which is necessary for a particular crop at a particular weather time to get the maximum output. As we know, fertilizer is one of the most important material or thing right now which is required for the growth of crops to get a maximum output, and the control how much fertilizer farmer is supposed to use, they are not aware of, like the minimum amount, because if they use excess, that might result in leaching, runoff, as well as water pollution, which is at the end is harmful for us. So this paper is majorly focuses on the required, like estimating how much quantity is sufficient for a particular crop to get the maximum output. So additionally, there is a connection between rainfall pattern, rainfall volume, and the nutrition loss. If the sufficient amount of rainfall is very necessary for the absorption of nutrition when we put fertilizer. If excess rainfall happens, then leaching or rainfall event occurs, which results in nutrition loss in soil, as well as all the fertilizer or the chemicals going into water, resulting in water pollution. So in this, we have suggested a method by which we can improve the soil health, as well as improve the maximum output which a farmer can get for that particular crop. So we have used random forest learning in our as a machine learning algorithm for this particular project. We have used random forest regression with the k-fold cross validation technique, and we have gotten an acceptable accuracy, which was 92%. In total, we have used 7 features, which are crop, humidity, temperature, NPK value, etc. So these are our input features, that is crop, which can be rice, cotton. We have used multiple crops here. A lot of crops we have taken into consideration. Then the temperature is taken based on weather API. Then comes the humidity and rainfall, that also we take from weather APIs. Then the output we will get is the proportion of nitrogen content in soil, proportion of phosphorus content in soil, as well as proportion of potassium content in the soil. So this is the flow chart as well as block diagram. So as we can see in the block diagram, as an input, we will take crop, state, and city. And after taking that, we'll fetch the weather forecast of 7 days from the weather API. After that, we'll calculate the best time when the fertilization process can occur, as well as what amount of NPK we have to use for that particular crop. That will be our output. As we can see in the project flow diagram, the crop and location. Then after fetching, we have if in case upcoming in 7 days, if the high rainfall is occurring, which can result in leaching as well as runoff, we will show a precautionary measure stating that right now it is not the good time for you to do the fertilization process. You can delay it for a week or the required amount of time when the weather will be suitable for the fertilization process, and the output will be the content which will be needed, like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium percentage required for that particular crop. So this is the algorithm, the steps which we followed. We had a data set which size was 2,200, and we divided into 80, like 8:2 ratio, where 80% was 80% was our training data and 20% was our test data. Then we applied random forest regression with an estimator of 50. That means in this random forest, we are gonna have 50 decision tree, which will give their 50 different outputs. And after that, we are gonna average all the outputs which we got from all these 50 estimators. And then the average will be the required amount of NPK value. Then in the conclusion, our accuracy was 92%, which is very good for a predictive model. And the satisfactory crop growth we might see, because we haven't tried it, it was just a prototype. So required with respect to the weather condition, we were able to see our the results were kind of accurate, and the precautionary message was really helpful. And the future scope in this project can be, or in this research paper can be, that we can add the languages as well, because it is just a website that we have created. We can include speech, as well as we can convert it into local languages, so it will help the farmers of different regions to use it. These are the few papers that we use for a literature survey. Thank you. Hello.
Session
Hello.
chair, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
The questions will be answered by my co-author, Gaurav.
Okay, anyone can answer, not an issue. So the accuracy, you have achieved 92%, right?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, have you compared this with any other technology or any other technique?
No, sir, we have not compared with any other. We have used random forest regression.
No. What I want to know is, if somebody has done this and they got 93 or 94, so there is any reference like that?
No, sir, not like that.
Okay, what is that NPK?
Sir, NPK, that nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus content in the soil.
Okay, so every fertilizer, it will have their own number, right?
Yeah, sir, NPK values.
So how the number will be decided?
Sir, actually, we will not decide the fertilizers number. Actually, we are giving how much NPK value is required for that crop. We are not.
No. How that value will be decided?
So that NPK value, actually, we will get it from that random forest, that algorithm.
Now, currently, it is there in the market?
Currently, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe the prediction is there, but what we have included in that, we have included the weather API.
See, you people are talking about the fertilizers, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so every fertilizer, what I understood is, every fertilizer will have these three values. One is NPK values, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? If anything
Yes,
is wrong, please correct me, because I don't have much knowledge about this.
Sir, every fertilizer doesn't have this. Like for DAP, it is having only phosphorus, and for ammonia, it is only having nitrogen. So it is actually nutrients that is required for the crop.
Can you give me some products which have this NPK? Some example.
Sir, actually, there is no wholesale project means product which have all the three values. Farmers use quantity of measures, for example, 50% of DAP, 25% of ammonia, like that they are using.
Oh yeah. Okay, thank you. Madam, next paper, please continue.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
So next, I invite Kuldeep Bayadande and Pavan Kumar Sanjay to present a paper on driver drowsiness detection software. Session chair, I'm going to announce the paper ID.
Yeah, tell me, madam.
260672 4350.
4350, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have Pavan Kumar Sanjay presenting the
yes,
paper?
I'm here. I'll present my screen right now. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pankama Sanjay. My group and I will be presenting our project, Driver Drowsiness Detection Software, and our guide was Mr. Kuldeep Ayadande. This will be a slides of content. We'll go from the introduction to the proposed system, limitations, contributions, results, and demo.
Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So
don't take too much time, please.
Yeah, sorry. According to the latest statistical data, road accident result in over 1.3 million deaths and 20 to 50 million non-fatal injuries each year. So driver drowsiness occurs when the driver is too tired to remain alert. As a result, the driver may have a slow reaction time, reduced vigilance, and impaired thinking. In the worst case, the driver may fall asleep behind the wheel. So here comes where the drowsiness detection is a safety technology that can prevent accidents that are caused by drivers who fall asleep while driving.
All right, coming to the proposed system. A proposed system consists of the following to detect the driver's capability. One is the pre-power on checks. This is basically a form which consists of 6 attributes: the first name of the driver, contact number, email ID, alcohol level, and amount of sleep. Now, this alcohol level will be measured by a breathalyzer. We don't have that technology right now because we haven't implemented it in terms of hardware. And the amount of sleep will be measured with a Fitbit watch. A second part of our system will consist of a face recognition software, which will be used while the driver is actually driving on the road. This and the pre-power on checks uses multiple linear regression as its algorithm, while the face recognition software uses modified census transform.
So there are 4 major limitations of our software. Firstly, the extent of government enforcement is constrained on this technology. So if they are strictly enforced, it might be a problem to nation's democracy and transform it into a police situation. Also, we can see some of the days a person may take less sleep than others. So at such times, this software can be quite inconvenient. So before the software can be fully developed, extra changes are generally required. And for the precaution system, we need to purchase a few more sensors to make it work effectively in real life situation. And lastly, the speech coherence can tell us if a person is on drugs or not. So as this system has not been developed completely, it can detect a person. It can't detect a person if is using narcotics or not.
Okay, so contributions wise, many efforts have been made in past to make driving safe, like airbags and ABS, but all of them were hardware. So we thought of making a software to prevent casualty. With enough sample size, we will in future will be able to make developments on the basis of data acquired. Next. So coming on to results, we've made some graphs here. Now, the second figure is about eye aspect ratio, which is EAR. When the driver blinks, graph mildly dips and rises, as you can see. However, when it stops when blinking stops or closes for too long, then the graph suddenly falls, which shows the accuracy of the system. And then when such an event happens, it is followed by an alarm to alert the user.
All right, coming to the demo. This is the demo of our software. Now, initially, we will get this form, which is our pre-power on checks. And this works based on multiple linear regression. First, let's say the user will have to first enter his details. As you can see, he has to enter his first name, then his contact number, his email ID, and for this test case in particular, test case in particular, we're using the alcohol level 8 and amount of sleep as 4. Now, when we run this program, these are the different kind of graphs that we had to generate during its execution. And finally, it says, congratulations, you passed this test because this person has somehow, according to the algorithm, has somehow passed the test. Now, moving on. We've also created an Excel sheet where you can submit this data for further analysis and use. Moving on, the next part of the software involves the face recognition. Now, let's say I close my eyes for longer than 20 frames in this software, it'll send out an alert. So that will be what our software demo is about.
Now talking about the conclusion, the long process of addressing the issue of drowsy driving, which has resulted in so many accidents in our nation, has started with this application. Hence, with ongoing updates, one day using this paradigm, we can create a system that can guarantee safe driving. We conclude that by
Thank you.
designing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So why 2 times you are repeating the conclusion?
Oh, no, sir. The results over here were just what we got from the software's analysis. We first had to develop the software and then we generated.
See, the presentation flow is not in a format. 2 times you can't conclude a...
Better option. अभी दोपहर है देखना सच में दोपहर है गरम रहेगा
Okay, leave it.
अपने क्लास के बाहर जाके बैठते ना
Have any idea
उधर नेटवर्क
what
नहीं
is the
आता है
percentage of accident will happen
ये
with
रोहित
this
की मीट में और रोहित का कॉन्फ्रेंस में
drowsiness?
दे रहा हूँ बता दो
क्यों?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
Huh?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you. I think there was some interference.
What is the percentage of accidents currently?
Sir.
What is the percentage of accident currently happening with respect to this drowsiness, driver drowsiness?
So I don't have an accurate percentage of accidents that's happening currently due to driver drowsiness.
Then how you are choosing this project?
Sir, but we have an approximate estimate which was probably above 40 to 50%, and we chose this project to solve this problem.
Okay. So, what is the technique you have been used for alert system?
So we use the modified census transform for this, sir. So essentially what we're doing is when the person's face is visible on the camera, we calculate the the distance between, see, we have to figure out whether the eye is closed or open. That's the only way of identifying whether the person is awake or asleep. So we had to calculate the eye aspect ratio when it was open.
So if I'm driving, just if I close my eyes, it will give the alarm?
Yes, sir, it will give the alarm.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Madam, next, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I invite Kuldeep Bayadande and Rohit Patel to present their paper on traffic sign recognition system using YOLO. Paper ID is 2606261598.
98.
Yes, 98.
Okay. This is last paper, madam?
Yes, it is the last paper, sir. So
Okay,
do we
okay.
have Kuldeep Bayadande or Rohit Patel to present the paper?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we are presenting.
Yes, please go ahead.
I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. So our topic is traffic sign recognition system using YOLO. So today, I, Rohit Patil and Ayush Patni will be explaining or describing about our project with the help of this presentation. So coming to the biography, so our guide is Kuldeep Bayadande sir, and our group mates are Rohit Patil, Ayush Patni, Siddhant Pawar, Pawan Kumar Bandane, and myself. So we are from the Department of Computer Science Engineering, and we are from the college named Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, which is in Maharashtra, Pune. So yes, now talking about the abstract. So nowadays we are seeing that most of the companies, or we can say the company like Tesla, it is mainly aiming to create an automated driving system. So for creating that, the car need to understand what are signals are mainly coming there. Like for example, we can say whenever the red light signal has mainly came, the car has to be stopped automatically. Or whenever there are the signals like stop, or wherever the signals is like the speed limit should be less than 80. So the car should identify them. So our main aim is to create a project which will mainly help the car to identify the signals. So our objective is to propose an algorithm which will mainly help us to identify the region of interest. So our reason of interest is mainly the traffic signs. And our aim is to provide a method to extract the symbols, means the data of the symbols, and to identify the symbols, so that will help the car to identify them.
So basically, we have implemented our project with the help of 2 to 3 steps. The first one is the data collection, in which we have particularly extracted out the images from the various data set collection sites like the Kaggle and the machine learning repositories. And secondly, we have the pre-processes like for the implementation of this, we have to particularly annotate the extracted images from the sites. We have created a .txt file with the same, with the extraction of the particular images inside the like the traffic signs inside the particular images that we have used in the data set. So for this, we have particularly used the yellow V4 algorithm, and with this, we have achieved accuracy of nearly 95.6%. And with the help of block diagram, you can particularly see how the overall flow of the algorithms goes like firstly, we have the capturing of the images is taken place, then the pre-processing and the feature extraction, then the segmentation with the help of the annotations part that we have done earlierly, and finally the result part, that is the object detection and the activity recognition on the basis of the image supplied to the model.
Yes. So these are some results which we have got after putting the input into this project. So there is one symbol stop. So the coordinates have been recognized, and the model shows that this is the coordinates, and which belongs to the stop signal. So these are some results. Yeah, next slide. So the conclusion of this whole project is that YOLO, which is you only look once algorithm, which provides the better version, which is the better version of CNN, and which gives us more accuracy in predicting or in recognizing the signs of the traffic signs. So the main aim of this project was to make the recognition system more accurate. So using YOLO, we have made such system which gives us more accuracy, and in our upcoming days, as the expected technology is YOLO, so thus aiming to have better results rather than the other model. So this model easily recognizes the traffic signs from the input videos, images, and provides most accurate results.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are some references which we have used in developing.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So there are two questions. One is methodology. When you're talking about the methodology, you should talk about the techniques or the approaches which are being used for your used in your project or in your experiment. But you are talking about like what is it? The steps or the procedure, collecting data or extracting or processing, pre-processing. Yes. Okay, those are all not a techniques. Okay. Those are all not. Yeah. Hello. Okay. It is not. It is not a technique. Okay. It is a steps. It is a steps used. Okay, in your project. Okay. So there are a few questions. One is you're talking about pre-processing, feature extraction, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
So
sir.
what are the techniques you have been used in this step to pre-process the data or to extract?
So basically, from the data set that we have used the images, particularly talking about the images consisting of the traffic signs. Firstly, we have extracted the traffic sign from that particular images using the extraction feature that is like particularly the coordinates consisting of the image, the traffic sign, and with the basis of that, we have categorized the different traffic signs into different classes, and then we have particularly trained our model and displayed the output.
What are the features you have been extracted from the images?
So we are extracting the coordinates of the images. Like
like each image from the data set would be associating with a text file having the same name as that of the image. So which contain the object classes and their coordinates in the syntax, like object class and then X center, Y center, width and height.
So we are only taking the images of the signs only. So we are mainly creating a box. So with that box, the coordinates will be captured of that traffic signs. And that will be given to the YOLO V4 algorithm.
Yeah, in your block diagram, you have been used segmentation, okay? Segmentation part after pre-processing or extraction, right? Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So in the segmentation, okay, there are different types or segmentation techniques. So what is the technique you have been used? To segment the extracted features of the images.
Sorry, sir, like we are not able to get that.
Segmentation, see, segmentation, if you want to do some segmentation, you need to follow some techniques, right? Some method you have to follow. So what is that? Okay, thank you. Madam, can I exit, madam?
Sir, just a minute. We have another presenter who missed her slot yesterday. She will be presenting now. Can I have Nivedika to present your paper, please?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I have one meeting.
Nivedika, can you?
Yes,
sir,
ma'am.
it will
Yes,
just take a few minutes.
Yeah, please. Okay.
Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Nivedika, please. Hurry it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam.
So, good afternoon. So, I'm Nivedika. So, the author of my project is Dr. V. Sadanandavadi, and the co-authors is myself and Priyadarshini. So, our guide is Dr. V. Sadanandavadi. Our topic of our paper is development of health tracker system for elderly people. So,
1 minute, please. 1 minute,
yes,
please.
Sir.
1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Madam, repeat the. Madam, please read out the paper ID, madam.
Nivedika, can you read out your paper ID, please?
Give me a minute. One 734 2796.
2796. Yeah. You can go ahead, madam. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So the biography of our guide is that he is the assistant professor in Mepcoslunk Engineering College, and I and Priyadarshini have completed the undergraduate in Mepcoslunk Engineering College. So the abstract of our project is that we all know that elder people tend to stay by themselves in their homes. In order to help them track their health status on a regular basis, we've actually come up with the health tracker system, which would develop an ambient assisted living environment for the elderly people. So the basic concept behind our project is that we've used body sensors to measure the body conditions and health status of the patient is monitored at regular intervals. So the same sensor data is sent to the cloud via a Wi-Fi module, and then it is also sent to the mobile application that is developed for both the doctor and the patient separately. And in addition to this, we've also introduced a notification in case of any abnormality in the body conditions to the caretaker of the concerned person. So this is the basic idea of our project. So the description of our project is that we've used wearable sensors to sense different body conditions that get processed using the Arduino Uno, and then it is sent to the cloud platform. In our case, we've used ThinkSpeak cloud platform. So, and then the process data from the cloud platform reaches both the doctor's mobile application as well as the patient's mobile application. So as I've already mentioned, notifications also appear in case of any abnormality. So the abnormality is actually decided based on the threshold value that we set for each and every body condition and the sensor. So these are the basic sensors that we've used, and the body conditions that we measure for the elder people is their temperature, the pulse, the ECG waveform of their heartbeat, as well as the position of their body using accelerometer sensor. So the temperature of the person can be measured using temperature sensor, which is LM35. And the basic range of the temperature sensor exists between -55 degrees Celsius to 110 degrees Celsius. But our normal body temperature, which ranges from 36 to 38, is considered as normal body temperature. When it exceeds 38, it would be considered as an abnormal temperature, which is fever, in case, for instance, a fever. So this is the case of temperature sensor. In case of pulse sensor, the pulse sensor that we've used is PPG sensor. And the basic mechanism behind the pulse sensor is that it emits LED light from the backside of the pulse sensor, which hits the blood vessels of the human body, which gets reflected back to the pulse sensor, which senses the pulse based on the reflection. And the normal pulse, which ranges from 80 to 120 beats per minute, if it exceeds 120, it would be considered as an abnormal pulse beat or heartbeat. And then comes the ECG sensor. The ECG sensor that we've used is ADXL335, ADXL8232 ECG sensor. So it uses 3 electrodes that get placed on the left, right, and the neutral point gets placed on the leg. So these actually take the electrical signals and it tosses it into an ECG waveform that we've studied, that we may know already. So the ECG waveform actually consists of 5 points, P, Q, R, S, T. Based on the 5 points, we can interpret a lot of details. And so in case of any abnormality in the points that we consider, we can actually notify. So this is the case of ECG. And in case of accelerometer sensor actually senses the position of the body, the person's body, in all 3 axes, in X, Y, and Z axis. So if the person has actually fallen or not can be identified using accelerometer sensor. So if the person's body position exceeds X value and is less than Z value, then it would be considered as a fall, and the notification appears that the person has fallen. So these are the basic sensor details. So conclusion is that it helps in remote monitoring of individuals, and it also reduces the frequent visit of persons, of elder people, to hospitals. And for future work, in case of future work, we can actually implement image processing and deep learning techniques to study the accurate position of the body in all aspects. In case of the position, a lot of data can be fed and it can be processed on to study different positions as well as different conditions of body, so that we can easily identify the problem. So these are the references that I've used, and thank you. Yes, sir, completed.
Yeah, hello, madam. Madam, can I know on what challenges like you have chosen this project?
So yes, sir. Because elder people tend to be in their homes alone, so certain emergency conditions cannot be faced by themselves. So regular monitoring of their health status remotely can help them.
In the market, there are many apps, and even there are many systems. Okay, they have developed. Sir. Okay, yes, many people have developed related to this health track system. So what is new in this? I didn't find any new thing. Can you explain like what is new thing is there in your project?
So we can actually detect if the person has fallen or not, which is not applicable in many technologies, I guess. So regular monitoring of the patient can be done by themselves using mobile apps, which is developed by us. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you to all the presenters for participating in the technical session 3, track 1. With this, we are concluding track 1 of technical session 3. So we will be breaking for lunch now. It is 1:35 in Indian time. So lunch break will be until 2:10 Indian time. It would be for 35 minutes as we are running a little behind of schedule. Lunch break is for 35 minutes. So we will be resuming back at 2:10 to begin the technical session 4 of the conference. So I advise the participants to assemble back at 2:10 so that we can start the technical session 4, track 1. Thank you.
Madam, this is session 1 and track?
Sir, this is technical session 3, track 1, sir.
3, track 1. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
அது ஆமா அது சொல்லுவாங்க தாமா அது எங்கேயுமே இந்த டிஃபன் பாக்ஸ் எல்லாம் போட்டு கொடுத்து அனுப்புவாங்க நீங்க கொடுத்து அனுப்பலாம்
வீடியோ இல்லப்பா
टाइम फॉर लंच। अच्छा लंच टाइम चल रहा है, तुम्ही पण जॉइन करा ना।
Hello.
Mr. Shivakumara Swami, sir, could you confirm your presence so that we will start?
There are two breakout rooms. Track 1 will be happening here in the main hall. Track 2 and track 3 will be happening in the breakout rooms. The participants of track 2 and track 3 kindly join the breakout rooms that are open now. If you are unable to join the breakout rooms, kindly click on the breakout room option on the bottom of your Zoom screen and you can join into the breakout rooms. I repeat, track 1 will be happening here in the main room. Track 2 and track 3 will be happening in the breakout rooms. We will be starting the session sharply at 2:10.
Kumar Rao, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, join your respective session by using breakout, sir. Still you are in main hall.
Breakout. How to?
That 4-window box, a square box will be there, sir. By clicking on that, you can join your respective track. May I confirm track 1 session chair presence here?
Excuse me, sir.
Sunita ma'am.
Excuse, sir, I am not able to see the option of breakout room.
May I know your good name?
Rekha Sharma.
Okay, are you using mobile or laptop something?
Laptop.
Yeah, nearby screen share option, you will be having 4 square boxes.
No, sir, I have.
Please
I
exit and log
didn't
in again.
see.
Exit and log in again.
Means I have to leave the Zoom meeting.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. And again join.
Yes, again you can join. Shivakumar Swami, sir. Sir, we are not audible from you. Shivakumari sir, I hope you joined already the session. Please unmute yourself.
Dr. Shivakumar Swami, your audio is not audible, sir. If you could try disconnecting and joining back again, or use any audio devices.
Dear participants, others, please mute yourself. Except session chair, please mute yourself.
Ready.
Participants, please bear with us as we'll be starting the session soon. So participants, we will be starting the session now. I would like to inform to the participants that your presentation time is 8 minutes. 2 minutes will be to answer any questions from the session judge or from the audience. So you will be asked any questions by the session chair also, and you will have 2 minutes to answer it. I repeat again, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes to answer any queries from the session chair. Please put your presentations on the presentation mode while presenting to us. We will call out your name 3 times. If you do not respond, we will move on to the next presenter. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our session chair, who is Dr. Shivakumar Swami, MTech Computer Engineering, PhD, CSE. He's working as a professor, CSE RRIT since December 2021 till date. He has worked as a software developer at Parvam from November 2018 to December 2021. He worked as a research scholar from March 2017 till October 2018. He's worked as a associate professor CSE RRIT since September 2012 till February 2017. He's worked as assistant professor and head CSE ISE for RRIT from 23rd August 2011 and was also the in-charge principal since 30th June to 13th August 2012 till August 12th. He's worked as an associate professor CSE Hausia College of Engineering, Ramanagaram since August 2010 till August 2011. Welcome to our session, sir. Without any further delay, let me call on the first participant. Can we have Kuldeep Badande and Pratik Patel?
Yes, ma'am. We are here.
All right. Please start presenting your paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, sorry, good afternoon, everyone. So here we are, our project is the robust chatbot application for student admission process. The authors of this project are Kuldeep Vaidande, Omkar Patil, Pratik Patil, Sai Patil, Shweta Patil, Tanish Patil, and myself, Tanmay Pol. Further, I would like to introduce all the authors. The biography of all the authors is present here.
Without any further delay, I would like to continue with the presentation.
Yes. So, unquestioned was, which is made possibly by the rapid development in AI and related technology. And these chatbots respond well to the human users and thus counter with the human-like responses. And these adaptive methodologies like to the past achievements in the AI and so they are only permitting the mainstream and future in the popular softwares like web browsers and cell phones. And chatbots develops are focused on enhanced functionalities and applications such as responsive nature or manipulative responses and spontaneous adaptation to the message.
Okay, so further continuing about the objective of the project that we as a team have identified. The first one being to ease the process of finding information about any college. Second one being to eliminate any possibilities of barriers that will occur considering the diversity factor, because there are multiple languages, as we know, there are multiple cases wherein there are possibilities of barriers occurring as a student or as a parent while searching for information about any college or any admission process. Third one is to organize categorical data in order to channel the process. Now, what kind of categorical data here I'm talking about is the data that a student fills in order to search for an optimum college according to his expectations.
So here is the description of the chatbot. There are multiple stages in getting input from chatbot. First is a user input. Then the user input is processed using logic adapters. There can be 2 or more logic adapters as well as a storage adapter in chatbot. Then the response given from logic adapter will be processed to the console or API or speech synthesis.
So, sir, let's know something about the logic adapters or how they do work. So, a logic adapter determines the logic that how a chatbot will select a response to a given input statement. So, it does it in 2 steps. So, it primarily will search from the database from a known statement or the statement that we have set up to it, and it checks the closeness to the input statement, and it makes use of searching algorithms and naive-based classifiers as such for this purpose. And once it is found, it selects a known response to the selected match. And generally, actually, there will be a number of existing statements that for which the responses will be checked, or and if there are match, and if they do match, and
Just a minute, I'm
we will
sorry
receive
for
the
the
output.
Pratik, just a minute. I'm sorry for the interruption. To the track 3 participants, please join into the breakout rooms. I'm being informed that track 3 is empty now. Kindly join through the breakout room. Please proceed.
Yeah, so let's look into some types. Like there are time logic adapters. So when we receive some input from a chat window or an API, like what is the time? So we have the time logic adapters. Then we have the mathematical evaluation adapters. So it will check that if it is a mathematical statement, and it will give, it will process it and give the outputs, and so on.
So the
Please proceed, Pratik.
Yeah, sorry, my net. So proposed system is developed using the Chatterbot and the Spacey library in Python.
Just a minute, Pratik. Triple E students, kindly please join into the track 3. Go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, so the next, the Chatterbot uses the various algorithms like a new bias classifier algorithm to find the appropriate response from the chatbot. So it can give it to the user and it can be user friendly. And Spacey library which we have used is a natural language processing library, which is present in Python. And the logic adapters and the storage adapters used in the Chatterbot library are important aspects of the proposed system. So to provide a response to user query given by the user.
Yeah. So now coming to the conclusion part. So chatbots are used to display information or do the bookings, etc. So displaying of information as per the user request is implemented, and the bot responds according to the user query. It responds and delivers information within fraction of seconds. So the service delivery is becoming quicker and smoother, ensuring 24-hour availability. So it is pretty evident that chatterbots are and will play a major role in about every domain, right from education or transportation, sales, services to even field of medicine. So in an era where digital technologies is frequently used, it becomes important for companies to make the use of modern technology and principles like chatbots. So next slide. So thank you for listening.
Does the session chair have any questions?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam, what all the queries are you studied in this paper? Queries, and we told, no, it's all some of the queries and all. What all the queries are implemented? Yes, with respect to chatbots.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Can
the
you give
queries
some examples?
used. Sir, the queries used were for college information, and the chatbot response were based on information of college. Like chatbot gave output as some important links. Like if we ask for extracurricular activities in college, then it will provide links of extracurricular activities or web pages. Likewise, we can see exam section or curricular like syllabus or timetable. We can get from
Okay.
chatbot.
You told the classifiers and algorithm. You told some classifiers and algorithm. Okay. What are the algorithm, particularly algorithms?
Sir, the Chatterbot module, which is in Python, mainly uses a naive-based
Naive-based classification.
Sir, the chatbot uses a naive-based classifier.
Why they taken only name based? Okay.
Yes, sir. Can you repeat question?
No, you told no navy based classifiers. Why they taken? What is the advantage of navy base, particularly for this purpose?
Because the set of intents is actually a very small as compared to bigger chatbots. So naive-based classifier works gives output accurately in such chatbots.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
it doesn't require much training data.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am. Next person.
I would like to invite Kuldeep Bayalande and Shreya Power.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah.
May I request those who are not part of this presentation, kindly please be on mute. Participants, I ask you not to delay your presentation time. Ms. Shreya, are you going to start the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
So my screen is visible right now?
Yes, it is visible. Please start the presentation.
Yes. So good afternoon, ma'am. We are the students of VIT Pune, and our topic is comparative analysis of regression for student grade prediction. So my group, there are total 6 members: Kuldeep Vaidande, Varun Patil, Shreya Pawar. So we all are present right now. So we will go on with the presentation. So firstly, I will go with the biography. Yes, so as I stated that VIT is our college, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology. Authors are, as I said earlier, title of the project is Comparative Analysis of Regression for Student Grade Prediction. So as I have stated that that our project is student grade prediction, so it implies that we are just going to predict student grades using their previous marks and some process, like means it's weekly alcohol consumption, it's friendly nature, and some other parameters which affects the marks of the students whenever he gives the exam, or we can say that means that affects institutions can use this model to predict the future values of the students, right? So now we will move to the discussion. So nowadays the importance of studies and getting good marks for a child is very important in any class for their progress and getting admission in higher divisions. So our main aim is to predict the students' grades using using some machine learning models. So now moving towards some technical part. So what are the algorithms we are using? So as we all know that for predicting machine learning algorithms, so first is linear model, linear regression, decision tree, random forest, cat boost, and stacking regressor. So basically stacking regressor is our model. We proposed our model, and we have just embedded 3 models, and we have just done that model in decision tree. So we have used 5 model, and whichever model predicts the highest accuracy, that is taken into account, right? So we have just implemented 5 algorithms. So moving towards the flow chart right now, that's it. And what is their relation status, how much the parents are supporting to them, it all matters in that data set. So they are all in means what we can say that strings. So we have to convert them into such a way that it will predict the future values, right? So secondly, we will predict our model, means prepare the model. We will do exploratory data analysis, like means we will just form a graph that how that final marks and previous data is been means going in such a way, and after then we will train our model and our proposed model, and after that we will predict the R2 score and accuracy of the model, and whichever model predicts the highest accuracy according to that things which we are taken into account, that model will be taken in account. Okay, so we have just gone through that, and we are now concluded that the results are as shown. So as I've stated earlier, that linear model, decision model, forest, random forest, scat boost, and stacking regressor. So we have concluded that stacking model is the best one in terms of accuracy, and RMS So why it has happened? As per my conclusion, I can conclude that stacking model and that algorithm, and we have predicted. So stacking. Yes. So now moving towards the technical part. As you can see over here that 25 random forest 82, cat boost 82, and or we can say that required marks of the student. So Google for just gaining the knowledge of how to do this project in a well manner and all that. So we have referred to this. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, we are done.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello,
Yes, sir.
Kuldeep.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, yes. Now, okay. Who is on the line? Kuldeep is on the line? Kuldeep? One who gave...
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. You told about regressions.
Yes, sir. Of
Regression
course, yes, sir.
algorithms. Yeah. Which algorithm you taken? Regression? What are the different types of regressions?
Sir, we have a decision tree, random forest, cat boost, and stacking regressor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. So you worked with decision tree also? Hello? You worked with the decision tree
Yes, sir.
also? Worked with the decision
Yes,
tree
decision
also?
tree we have taken. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so how the grade is predicting at last? You told no student grade predictions, yeah, with the previous year result and all. Okay. So what is the improved performance here?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Can you repeat? I'm not getting.
Yeah, yeah. With respect to
Sir,
performance.
repeat your question.
With respect to performance, yeah, you told no previous result and present, and based on that you are going to based on the previous you are going to
Yes, sir.
predict.
So actually, sir.
What is the performance? Yeah. Okay.
Sir, for you are asking for a particular model or for in general you are talking?
In general, yeah. Your model.
Yes, sir. So actually what is there? Sir. Our model, okay, sir. So what is there? Actually, we have taken a data set from Kaggle, and in that data set, there were 2 Portuguese schools of 7th to 8th class, I guess. And in that school, if what is there, 653 students have been registered in that data set. So what we are doing, we are just training our model in such a way that it will learn from the 653 students, and it will predict the future values. Means, for example, there are 4 semesters, right? So it will there are marks like first semester, second semester, third semester are present in the data set. So what our main aim is to, we have to predict the SEM 4 marks. So we are just training in such a way that it will predict the SEM 4 marks.
Okay. Okay. So what you are going to conclude, if it is a performance is very good now compared to previous semester, it is in linear way, so just keep on increasing or decreasing. What are the conclusion final end of the after 4 semesters? You told predictions. So any suggestions or
sir, your voice is lagging right now.
Okay, thank you. Next,
I would like to call on Vijay Gaikwad and Vinay Hassani.
Yes.
Please go start your presentation.
Yes.
Vinay, your voice is breaking.
So first of all, I would like to thank you for allowing.
Vinay, your voice is breaking.
So so we are the students of Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune, and now we currently are in the 3rd year of computer software and engineering. So first of all, I would like to thank you for allowing us to present a paper in this journal. So our paper title is a Node MCU based home automation using IoT. So the authors are Vijay Gaikwad, myself Vinay Hassani, and my teammates Rugvedi Gule, Vedant Gupta, Sai Dharia, and Praveen. So going with the abstract. So generally, what does our model does? Like, what does our model does? Like, first of all, the room lights can be turned on and off according to with the use of the mobile phone. And secondly, if the temperature in the room goes beyond a certain value, like if room is getting hotter and hotter, so the fan present in the room will turn on automatically and it will notify the user. As well as in the same way, we can turn on the coolers of the room and the ACs. And the third point in the model is that with the help of the LDR, if the room is starting getting darker, like if it's the time of from evening to night, so if the room is starting getting darker, then the tube lights present in the room will start automatically. So for this, we have used the Node MCU and the Blink server. And also we have used Arduino IDE for the coding. Now this is the description of a model. Like it was used to we have provided this model that allows the user to regulate household appliances according to the preferences. And in this model, room lights can be turned on and off with the help of mobile phone. As well as in this model, in the mobile phone, user can see the graph of the temperature in 3 different types, which are line graph, area graph, and bar charts. And user can select the time interval according to his or her comfort, like as example, like 15 minutes.
Hello.
Yes,
Vijay. Can I know your abstract ID, paper ID? 5023, no? It was last 4 digit 5023.
Yes, so actually what happened? Yes, sir. Actually what happened, we have sent the 2 papers, out of which both of were selected, but we have paid only for one, and for which we have paid the abstract ID is correctly mentioned in the schedule, but by mistake the paper title is mentioned wrongly. we have contacted the IFERP. So they have said we can go with this our original paper. They will rectify and tell the viewers at the time of the conference.
Okay, I haven't received yes, centralized job portal. Title was there. That is
Yeah.
okay.
So actual our title was Node MCU based
You
home
didn't
automation
inform, no?
using IoT.
Okay, okay, proceed.
Like so, we have
We
talked with the
paused.
ma'am,
Okay.
and they
Okay.
have given us the confirmation with the mail also.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, sir, starting, can I start description from the start? Or
No, okay, no problem, no problem. Where you start, from there on.
Okay, sir. So, sir, in this model, room lights can be turned on and off with the help of mobile phone. Also, if the temperature goes above the certain value, if the room is starting getting hotter and hotter, so fan or AC can be turned on automatically, as well as the temperature graph can be shown in the mobile phone for the user, like area graph, line graph, and bar charts. And now this is the implementation of a model. Like we have actually implemented this model using the hardware. So in the image one, we can see the devices that we have connected in the model. First is the tube light. Second is the LED light. Also the fan is connected there. And in the image two, we can see the interface of the app. In the app there, it shows one light as on, and we can see also in the image two that bulb has been on with the help of mobile phone. In the image three, we can see the connection of the relay module, temperature sensor, which we have used to detect the temperature is getting hotter or cold. And also the LDR is connected in the image 3. Small is we can see in the right hand side, and the microcontroller node MCU, which is connected in the image 3. And now we can see the flow chart, how is the flow of the circuit. So first power supply and 4 relay module will be connected to all the 4 actual devices. And like we have to monitor the room temperature. So one device is like fan will also be connected to the DHT11 sensor and the node MCU. And for detecting like it's time of the evening, it's the evening time. So going from evening to night, so it's starting getting darker. So to detect that, LDR is used, which is connected with the actual device 4. Now, these are the graphs which are obtained in the blink app for the temperature. So in the first is the app interface, like we can see that whether the lights are on and off. Second is the temperature graph, which is a line graph. And third is the bar graph of the temperature. Here we can adjust the interval according to us. Now, going for the conclusion of a model. So the actual home automation was implemented in this model, which can turn on or off the lights, tube lights, fan, etc. with the help of mobile phone. Also, the additional features and the new features which was added in this, like if the room is getting darker, so fan can be, room is getting darker, so tube lights is turned on automatically without the interference of the human in it. And also if the room is getting hotter and hotter, so fan or AC according to the temperature can be turned on automatically. And in future we can add artificial intelligence to it so that it becomes more easy to use for the user and comfortable for the user. Now, these are the appendix, and thanking you for the conference.
Okay, Vijay.
Yes.
Vijay. So you know, no, two-way switch, two-way switch. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You know about a two-way switch. Suppose if you want to switch on a fan, you're using a
yes,
switch
sir.
in the same, like for example, in the bedrooms, you're
Yes,
using
sir.
two-way switch like that.
Yes.
Yeah, you told you done so and so like that. You have any idea or anything you can modify with your program to make two switches for
Yes,
particular
sir.
purpose? For that, what you have to do?
So like modifying the switch as well as the mobile phone for the same device, like for the same tube light.
Yes.
Yeah. So sir, like we can connect the two-way switch. we can use two-way switch or the switch which we have for the bells. Like it, if we push, it is on and automatically it goes off. So we can use that switch for the tube light. So like first we have click it, so it is giving the signal of on. So the tube light can be on with the manually with the room lights with the switches. And otherwise, if we want to use from the mobile phone, so we can use turn on the button on the mobile phone in the blink app.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Next.
thank you, sir.
Hello. I'm audible, sir?
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Should I proceed, sir?
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Who is next?
Ritesh, sir, from
Pratik Puranik, right?
And same group. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no
go
problem.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ritesh Prajapati. So, our topic is sugarcane leaf disease detection using transfer learning. These are the authors and paper ID. These are the content. So, starting with our aim. So, our ultimate aim is to provide an application which will detect sugarcane leaf disease detection accurately, and the aim is to protect the crop production from quantitatively losses. Objective is to detect and identify the plant diseases. We have tried to achieve good accuracy and efficiency, and the aim and the other objective is to help the farmers for monitoring the plant health. Problem state is simple, that develop an algorithm to perform real-time detection and classify crop disease using deep learning to provide useful advisories and assist the farmers in real-time cultivation conditions. So scope of the project. So as we know, manually checking each and every plant is very hard, and it requires a tremendous amount of work. So we have made an algorithm, like an application which will like detect the crops with the help of image-based detection, and can recognize abnormality on the leaf and predict the plant disease accordingly. Further, identification of plant disease is a key to prevent the losses in yard and also in the quantity of agriculture product. It requires image acquisition, image pre-processing, feature extraction, and classification. So block diagram. So block diagram is like, we have collected our own data set which consists of healthy, red rot and red rust, 75, 74 and 75 images. And then we have loaded the data set. Again, we have converted the data set into an NumPy array and done the image augmentation. For as our data set is less, so we have done the image augmentation because neural network requires a large amount of data for training. So to achieve good accuracy, we have used data augmentation. Next, we have used our base model as DenseNet 201. It is an basically a CNN algorithm which has 201 dense layer as our base model, and then we have applied a sequential model which consists of 3 dense layers, that is 256, 128 and 3. 3 means like 3 output layers: red rot, red rust and healthy, which are the 3 output classes. Again, we have applied L2 regularizer, and this is basically for preventing the overfitting, because if we have less amount of data and neural network require more amount of data, so to prevent the overfitting, we have used this. After that, we have trained the model with the 80% data as a training and 20% data as a testing, visualize the output, and this was the process. This you can see the red rot and red rush. These are the 2 classifications which we are classifying. The data set consists of this many parameters, 224 total images, which out of which 75, 74 and 75 are the healthy red rot and red rush images. This is the result. So accuracy and loss. So you can see the accuracy which we have acquired is 98.37% with 72.71 validation loss. The conclusion. So the project focused mainly on major crop disease problem in the agricultural industry. The model could be extended to predict more classes of not only sugarcane, but we can also include many more plants, and further, to avoid overfitting, we can include many images of the same classes so that we can avoid the overfitting as I discussed in the PPT. So technique for feature extraction, like we can explore more techniques for feature extraction and image processing, and could be achieve better accuracy and can detect the disease more accurately. Further, the treatment of disease could be recommended in the application so that a farmer can have better knowledge of the disease. So these are the references. Thank you. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Kuldeep, please. Kuldeep? Okay.
Ritesh, sir.
This is
Ritesh. Yeah, same group mate.
Okay. You told about CNN, no?
Yeah, yes, sir.
CNN. Can you extend?
Like CNN algorithm.
Okay. Tell me what is
Like it is a deep learning algorithm, has a different layer and basically used for image processing problems, for classification problem, like is the plant is red rot, is the disease is red rot, red rust, like
you're
that.
using convolution neural networks.
Yeah,
CNN
convolution
is, that's what I'm expecting. CNN, everyone is using CNN, that is convolution neural networks.
Yeah, yes, sir, yes.
Okay, and you're talking about convolution. You studied, no, mathematics?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any difference between convolution in frequency domain and convolution in time domain?
Convolution in?
Yeah, frequency domain, convolution in time domain. At least you know time domain and frequency domain. Very competent students. Time domain, frequency domain. You studied, no, electronic subjects. Okay, forget it. Can you explain the accuracy with respect to the layers? Anyway.
Yes, sir. Accuracy with respect to
layers. You told CNN algorithm.
Yeah.
On the layers. Okay. Can you explain accuracy with respect to layers?
Yeah, accuracy with respect to layers is increasing, sir, in our case.
Okay.
We have taken total like first the dense net.
You know accuracy with respect to layers. That's how. What is convolution? What are the different types of convolutions? Okay, man. Okay, all the best. Okay. Next.
Next is Kuldeep Badande, Adarva Patil Pate. Adarva Patil Pate. Ritesh, you can unshare your screen, please. Ritesh, I'm asking you to unshare your screen, please. Could we have Adarva Patil Pate?
Yes.
All right, I have received no response. I'm moving on to the next. Saurabh Jadhav.
Yes,
Saurabh Jadhav. Please go ahead with your presentation,
yes,
Saurabh.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are currently third year students of IIT Pune, and the project's name is Crypto Exchange Wallet, overlooking all the software development life cycle. So our members are myself, Saurabh Jadhav, Aryan Jagdale, Saurabh Kelgandare, and Shruti Hiremat, and our advisor or our guide was Swati Jadhav. So yes, we are third year computer science students at IIT Pune, and we did this project in our last sem, that is in second year. So starting off with an abstract model.
So good afternoon, everyone. Talking about the abstract of our project, with a lot of companies across the globe accepting cryptocurrencies as a mode of a payment and investing in the same heavily has led to the and ever increasing demand of these digital currencies. So our web application allows user to send the transactions through the blockchain, and each transaction will then be paired with a GIF, and it will be forever stored on the blockchain. We have used the MetaMask, which is a popular cryptocurrency wallet, as we all know about that. And also we have used the Ethereum, which is a decentralized blockchain platform that establishes a peer-to-peer network that securely executes and verifies the smart contracts, but it can also be used with the hard hat package. Next slide, please.
Okay, so talking about the description of our project, I would like to say that the decentralized system eliminates all the intermediaries like the banks and all other things, which slows down the payment processing. So in this project, we learned how to connect the React.js application and combined it using the MetaMask wallet to the Ethereum network. Also using the Solidity programming language, we built a decentralized app and connected it to the Ethereum network. So this is what the web page of that project look like. The next thing is the MetaMask wallet. So it is mandatory for the user, if he wants to access the app, that he has to be logged in into its MetaMask wallet. We can say MetaMask wallet can be a Google Pay or PhonePe, but it is mainly used for the crypto transactions. After he has successfully logged into his account, this account number will be displayed on the user interface on our web page. The next step is the form section. So the user, he can type in the address to this of the sender to whom he wants to send the money or the crypto tokens, the amount in Ethereum that he's going to send, some keywords. So it's like a message at the end, but it is a visual GIF like keyword. So he can type in that as well. And after he has successfully typed in all the details, he can click the send now button. And after that, it will take around 30 seconds for the blockchain to classify all these things, and it can be permanently stored on the blockchain network. So this is the MetaMask configuration. It will calculate some gas fees, which is mandatory for the sender to pay in order to complete the transactions. And the gas fees, it can be changed in the backend code part. So we can manipulate this gas fees if we want to make money through our app, or if we want to, and so like that. So the MetaMask wallet will double confirm the transaction, and after the user has clicked on send button, in approximately 30 seconds, the transaction will be confirmed. In this case, it's 0.0001 of the ether, which is the gas fees in this case. So after the payment is successful, it will show the from, that is this will be my address. The two section will be the address of the sender to whom we are going to send, and the amount of it that we have calculated. And for example, I have typed in the word Thor, so I can get the gift of him. So the user can click on this and he can confirm the payment on the real-time blockchain network. So we can mention it here. This is the Etherscan web page. If I click on this address here, right here, it will redirect me to this page, and I can see that it has been carried out in real time. So we have taken help of the Robston Faucet testnet, and because of that, a Robston network will be able to see all the transactions in real time in this Etherscan web page.
Now, talking about the conclusion, as we know, Bitcoin is a relatively new technology, that is blockchain. So there are some advantages and disadvantages which we must know. If banking decides to adopt this technology, some of the disadvantages which we may say comes with it is high cost. But we think that in future it will be reduced tremendously. And some of its advantages are that whenever transaction is completed, it is tamper-proof, which means that it is permanently stored. So we do have a record of each transaction which are made. As we have discussed earlier, we have used MetaMask wallet. So basically, it undergoes two steps. First is it will try to understand that what is the transaction, what is the amount of transaction, and yeah, as we are doing it in ethers, it will be transferred in ether and will be first authorized. And the second step will be calculating the gas fees. And once the gas field is paired, the transaction will be recorded as successful. Now it is taking around 30 seconds for the transaction to be permanently stored in blockchain. And once this thing is done, you will get a receipt and of the transaction completion. So this was the conclusion. And moving on towards the research paper which we have referred. So these are the research paper which we have referred. And with this, we will thank you for allowing us to present our paper. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you list the different types of cryptocurrencies?
Yes, so there are many for this project, Ethereum, Polygon network, then the famous one, Bitcoin.
Yeah, Polygon network.
Pardon?
Okay.
Ada sir, ada. Ya, seperti mau saya macam mana?
Okay, next.
Session chair, if you do not have further questions, we will move on to the next presenter.
Yeah. No questions. I told no. Next,
Yes.
next person.
So next is Shagupta S.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shagufta. I'm doing my master's with RV College of Engineering. So I've written a survey paper on Delphi migration with TLS encryption. So let me give you a brief introduction. So Delphi is basically a software which uses Pascal language. So using Delphi, you are able to create many applications which can be utilized for various purposes. So previously, the Delphi version that was used was 2007. And this 2007 version had a unique Unicode standard. So since all of our Windows has been upgraded to ANSI code, so the necessity has been, so the application which we had created, so I'm interning currently with Unisys. So we had an application which was created using Delphi 2007. So we had to upgrade it to ANSI code. So that is what my major project was based on. And on that, I have written this survey paper. So here, basically, the entire application was built on Unicode. So that conversion to ANSI code and the migration from Delphi 2007 to 2008 Rio was what was in the perspective here. So Unicode, as we all know what Unicode is, it is a standard of measurement used by for recording various languages, alphabets, and preserving all the data. So here each character will be identified, but then the basis of it is different in Unicode. So so Delphi, with the migration, we also had to change many things, like many minimum libraries and everything had to be upgraded to the next level, and all the functions had to be changed. So a thorough research was done for the conversion from Unicode. So Unicode was throughout, which was used in Delphi 2009, has many features, but so, and few features were removed in the Delphi Rio, like few libraries which were used in Delphi 2009 had been removed. Like see, there are few third-party things like RTL and VCL, which are the libraries which are used for the development. So these were not supported by Delphi 2009, so, Delphi Rio, which had to be upgraded with the change of Unicode. So now migration to ANSI code. So all of these changes had to be shown in ANSI code level. So what we did was, I was able to change all of this with the help of, we also had to add a TLS encryption to this, since Delphi Rio supported TLS and Delphi 2007 didn't have the option of TLS encryption. So that also had to be considered when we had to do the upgradation. So the conclusion here is that Delphi has been used previously a lot of in many decades for the creation of many applications, and all these applications have been working properly in all the previous versions of Windows. And because of the upgradations in the current Windows, all these applications have become redundant and we are not able to utilize them the way we used to utilize them previously. So all these upgradations, since these are decade-old lines of codes, so the upgradation also requires us to go back to the previous how the description worked and then upgrade it to the current one. So this is what the basic description of how this upgradation happened was written in this paper by me. And these were the references I have used for this research paper. I've used 26 papers for reference. Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam.
Yes,
can
sir.
you list currently what all the companies are, whatever the institutes are presently using this technology? Can you list?
Which company is like currently?
Whatever it may be, this is where it is used currently.
So for the application creation, sir, like
yeah, application. Okay, yeah, that
yes.
application creations is used everywhere.
Yeah,
Where?
yeah. So the application that I worked on is like an Eclipse IDE. So basically, any person like our clients or someone, we can ask, they can create their own code in this IDE. So that application of like an Eclipse IDE was created using this Delphi.
Okay. So almost all are using.
Yes, sir. We have many people are using, sir. That is why we are upgrading it instead of removing it.
So for that, you done survey papers and you're upgrading with this. How you're upgrading?
Yes, sir. How we are upgrading. So the entire data of the previous version is present. Upgradation only changes in this basic like declarations and stuff where the redundant, because this is a very old product, so it had a very old code. And since with the upgradation, many new libraries have been added, which have made it more better interface. So that all this, only the few changes in the libraries, and also a few libraries have been outdated, and few of them are completely removed in existence right now. So all of that had to be
Give some
changed.
example. Can you told no TLS and RTLs.
Yeah, so there is this library called VCL, sir. So JCL, Jedi Code Library. So that Jedi Code Library was previously used in the production of the development of this product. But then the newest version of JCL, we cannot use it since it is not community version, and they're expecting us to give back the previous version like code so that they can upgrade it, and then we can use that JCL library. That is what is the one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So next.
Okay, let me invite the next presenter, Sri Sai Lapa Patel and Ashwini Patel.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon,
yes,
all.
Go ahead.
Am I audible, right?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. I'll just share my screen. Hello. We will be presenting our paper, Lane and Curve Detection for the Autonomous Cars. So we are like two members for the paper. One is Dr. Shishalappa Patel, who is a professor in a VIT Pune, and myself, Ashwini Patel. I am working in Furasia for ADAS systems. So our content for this presentation is introduction to the paper, the objectives which we were looking for, the limitations for the existing system for what we are trying to propose a new methodology, and the result and the conclusions. So we all know we are moving towards the autonomous cars, and there is a need of emerging there is a need that we will accurately do the lane detection and the curve detection together, because before this I'll just before that I'll just give you the levels of the autonomy which we are targeting over the period of time. There are some levels which are called like driver assistant, partial automation, conditional, and high automation. So this is like when you are assisting the driver, that system is called driver assistant system, in which you are just giving the signal to the driver. You are not handling the car, or you are not handling the vehicle in that situation. Partial automation is you are just trying to control some of the elements of the vehicle, and so on. The conditional and the high automation and full automation is another types of the automations. So objective of our paper is to find the limitations, and then they propose the best method for lane detection and curve detection also, and then combine these two for the curve detection of the highways and the road we generally use. There are 2-3 limitations with the existing system of the lane detection. What the results we were looking into is like whatever the applications we have available, those are just for lane detection. So if in like some maybe after some distance there is a curve, the system won't be able to analyze it quickly or accurately that the curve is here. So many accidents may happen. So the curve and lane both should be detected very accurately for avoiding this kind of scenarios. And the second limitation is like the other application use the polar Cartesian coordinates. Cartesian coordinates are not much accurate for in the curvy scenarios when you plot the real-time image and the camera image. So we will be using a Cartesian coordinate system for it. There are some benefits of the autonomous car, which are like reduce the traffic congestion. The autonomous car, we all know, we are all merging towards it. The cost we can reduce, the CO2 emission we can reduce with the autonomous car. So our proposal will help in the autonomous car. In the long term, it will help with the help with all this other benefits also. So methodology we have is we will be recording a video from the cameras which are connected to the car, and we can take a frame by frame into the algorithm. We can do the we are doing the image enhancement. After that, the edge detection. After that, we are extracting the feature of the edge, and then the and the features for the curve detection also, and then we are merging it together. I'll explain you in the detail in the like preceding slides, and if the results are satisfactory, we'll conclude this. Otherwise, we'll send a feedback loop, and then we'll again take a next frame. So this is like in the feedback loop manner. So here is the method like actual implementation. So for the lane detection, we will be using a canny edge detection. For the canny edge detection, we will be needing a grayscale image. What images we are getting from the fisheye cameras? Those are the images, those are the colorful images. First step is to pre-processing of the images, that is called like enhancing the image, and then like converting it to a grayscale. After that, we will apply a canny function. We will be using a OpenCV function here for the converting the image into canny functionality. The results of the canny functions are here. What canny function do is it transfers the kernel over the image, and it will give you the contrast of the image. So where is the contrast point, it will give you the exact edges of the image in the image. So next step what we are doing is finding our region of interest, because we are not just doing the line detection here. We need a next step for the curve detection also. What we are doing, we are masking the image for the what image we got after canny results. We will be masking it. Then the triangle is our the triangle which we got is our area of interest, and we are performing a bitwise AND operation with this canny image and the mask, and then whatever result we have is the area of interest. The image number 4 has shown the area region of interest for us. The next is, after this, we will be performing a curve detection. For curve detection, the straight lines where they are changing the angles, which we are using for that. For detecting that, we are using a Hauss transform. In that, we will be getting where the lines which are changing their angles, and after that we got the zero intensity image. After the Hauss transform, it's a result of it resulted into a zero intensity image. And now for the next step, the actual thing is we are combining both the results of the canny plus the Hauss transform. So we will be getting the change in area. So if, as the results show here, the 3 images, if the result is 0, I mean there is no angle change, it will show like 0, then we can say that okay, this road is a straight road. And if if the result shows like a minus into the minus side, that means it's the roads are turning I mean the lanes are turning to the left. And if it is shows to the right side, that means the lanes are going towards the right. So these are the this is the conclusion we have got, that OpenCV library and merging this two algorithm together, we got the better results. And if we mark with the zero intensity, so we'll get a region of interest very clearly. And instead of using Cartesian coordinate, we will be using a polar coordinate, so we'll get a better results. These are the some references we used for our and thank you. Do you have any questions?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell or list the demerits of your project?
Sorry?
Can you list demerits of
Demerits, okay, got it. So actually, as you see, the space and time it will take will be little more, because we are not just using one algorithm here, will be choosing 2 algorithm. So making it a real time, we will be needing some optimization. For that, we can use the parallel processing or some different formats of the optimization, but this is the main demerit of our algorithm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next, I would like to invite Punya Shri B and Shalparni.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shalparni, and my teammate, Punyashri. We are doing a project on analysis of network intrusion detection using machine learning algorithms. Particularly, we are using classifier algorithms. We are studying MTech in BMSC Bangalore. And the abstract of our project is today the most valuable asset is the data. and it is our responsibility to protect all of our data. Cybersecurity is one such a stream where we can protect the online data which we share in everyday life. And intrusion detection is the third party access within a network. And our project is to detect the malicious activities which happens on the network, so that the third party who is trying to intrude the network will not be able to get the data which is being passed in the network. So there are many cyber attacks like phishing, spreading of fake news on social media, cyberbullying, cyber stalking, and many other forms of attacks. And we are using intrusion detection, which will lead to all these types of cyber attacks. There are three types of intrusion detection. First is network-based intrusion detection, host-based, and application-based intrusion detection. The objective of our project is to analyze the traffic in the transport layer data to detect the intrusion in the network. We have taken a set of data set from the transport layer and check for the intrusion while transferring the data, and applying classifier machine learning algorithms on the transport layer protocol to the data which we have obtained. They're applying classifier machine learning algorithms and checking the accuracy of every algorithm, comparing which algorithm is best based on the accuracy. We check each and every algorithm and compare between them, and which is the most accurate algorithm will be analyzed in our project. These are the papers that we have referred.
Yeah. Coming to methodology, we have some set of data. Like we have taken the data set for network intrusion detection from the Kaggle website, and we got the data set where it was a label data. It is classified as anomaly and normal, because the anomaly here says that some intrusion might have happened. There are many labels in the data set like source bytes, destination bytes, many other label we have taken. The main label was to classify whether it's normal or anomaly, and this figure shows our data set which we got is a balanced data set. So almost the anomaly and normal are near to 50% itself. Next, we did the data preparation, like scaling the numerical attribute and encoding numerical attribute. Here comes like some of the data labels has 0 as an input. Like we can't take those label categories for the processing as, because only zeros were there, so we that doesn't count anything. So to scaling those numerical attributes, some other and encoding the numerical attributes where even the data is needed, we have done that. The data after the data cleaning, we have got the correlation heat map as the diagram shows here, where data is been cleaned. Next, we can't take all the labels, like all the data, complete data sets, so we are only extracting the important features using this diagram. Like we have used the code for it. We are taking only few of the important features from this, and after that we have done the data splitting, which is like we have to split the data as training and test data, through which we can analyze further. Then we have done for modeling, like we have taken this many algorithms like k-nearest neighbor classifier and logistic regression, decision tree, and Gaussian. K-nearest classifier algorithms always it's just a lazy algorithm, they say, as it doesn't classify it at first. When the new data is added, it starts classifying by comparing. Logistic regression is like the probability it takes the event is happening or not. That concept works here. And decision tree is completely by tree based. All the algorithms we have used are supervised learning based, because we are taking a labeled data, and we got the accuracy as like this. The result goes like this. Accuracy rate for K-name classifier is 99.37%, and logistic regression we got 95.48%, and decision tree we got 99.47%, and Gaussian naive we got 90.67%. So by this we got a conclusion that to classify for the intrusion detection, that's it what we got. 99% accuracy, we got it by KNN and decision tree, but more precisely, decision tree classifies it accurately. Thank you. These are the references we have used. Sir, any questions?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Or ma'am, can you list other regression algorithms?
Yes, sir. There is a linear regression algorithm also. But in logistic, we use logistic probability.
Okay, where you are using linear and where you are using logistic?
Sir, I'm not sure about that, but for supervised learning, we took only these 4 algorithms and we saw the accuracy.
Okay. You told the difference between all KNN and Gaussian, decision trees, and all. You should know regressions also, no? So different types of regressions and applications and all. Okay, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next.
Akshita Jadhav, you said your presentation was interrupted. Do you like to continue? Akshita Jadhav. All right, I am moving on. Next is Amulya R. Shushma D.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Our research paper topic is detection of phishing attack in cryptocurrency using different machine learning algorithms. Myself, Sushma, currently pursuing my MTech in Computer Network and Engineering from BMSCE, and my teammate is Amulya. She's also pursuing MTech in Computer Network and Engineering at BMS College. And our co-author is Rakshita P. She's an assistant professor at Atre Institute of Technology under the guidance of Professor R. Ashok Kumar, sir, Department of Information Science and Engineering. Coming to abstract, blockchain technology has recently gained attention, but it has also become a breeding ground for several cyber crimes. These cryptographic-based phishing scams that have been discovered mainly to produce substantial sum of money, and even it causes a major threat to the blockchain's ecosystem trading security. Therefore, an effective phishing detection technology is urgently needed to establish a very safe environment for financiers. The main purpose of this paper is to detect the phishing attack by applying various machine learning algorithms to the dataset, and a confusion matrix is obtained for each algorithm. Based on this parameter, like which algorithm gives the highest accuracy, that is selected in order to detect the phishing attack. The main objective of our paper is, the first objective is applying a various machine learning algorithm to check the accuracy of a phishing attack detection. And second objective is like comparing these machine learning algorithms to find the best one, which gives the highest accuracy. And third objective is the detection of the transaction, whether that transaction is phished or not. Coming to literature review, the first paper, it tells about like used as one of the main class approach and categorized using they have categorized using support vector machines. The main outcome gives here information that phishing attack detection method by using F score that may reach up to 0.85 that validates an accuracy in their model. And this is a first study which is used to look into a transaction based phishing frauds in cryptographic network. The second paper here, it mainly grouped the primary phishing attack and kinds and the tactics against the blockchain, and even it explores the threats which they possess and recommends the defense against them by developing a blockchain phishing attack defense. And third paper, this mainly used to describe or suggest a detection method based on a graph convolution network and the auto encoding accurately by differentiating the phishing accounts. So this is a methodology. Here is a step-by-step procedure, like what we follow. The first step is data description. Here, like the data set, it mainly contains about 9,841 data and 50 features. So actually we have divided it into 70:30 portion as a training and a testing data. It contains a values at 0 and 1, with 0 represents a non-fraud transaction and it indicates a fraud record. And the second step is data cleaning. So here the data set is it is obtained which is a quite raw, and there can be a features that highly correlate, or even in some situations the values may be a missing. So to understand better, we can use a heat map and a correlation matrix. So here the first figure, it represents the heat map that gives the information about the missing values in some columns or some features. So the white spaces here we can see this represents a missing values in a specific feature. So to fill those missing values, one can use a functions like in our paper we have used a median to fill the missing data. And the second figure here we can see that is a data set with 0 missing values. Like the absence of missing values, it can be verified by using this heat map representation. So this is a graph here which we got. So this is a correlation matrix. In order to reduce the complexity, we drop few features that it doesn't affect the modeling of the modeling. So here this graph, it represents a heat matrix, heat map after reducing the number of features from 50 to 90.
Okay, so after obtaining the data, we come to know that the data was comparatively imbalanced or overfitting, you could say, because the non-fraud transactions were more compared to the fraud transactions. So to make sure that the modeling doesn't affect and the data is correctly fitted, we used oversampling by making both the non-fraud transaction and fraud transactions equal. So that is given in the two pie chart that is being shown. And then comes the data preparation. So what we need to make sure is that data preparation is one of the important.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Can start with the algorithm which used.
Okay, sir. Algorithm. One second, sir. Okay. Yeah. So for the data set, we have actually classified as whether it is a phishing or a non-phishing transactions. So what are the different kinds of algorithms that we have used is logistic regression, random forest, SVM, decision tree, KNN, and naive bias. And the table given below shows the various accuracies that are obtained by applying these models to the, by applying these algorithms to our data set. And the bar graph shows pictorically representing the comparison. And by table, we can come to know that random forest was the one that yielded the best accuracy, which is 97.15%, and naive bias being the least, 55.8. Over to the next slide. So confusion matrix representation is also given below, where a confusion matrix is the one which represents the data in the tabular form. So that is basically used for classification algorithm. And our data set is or our algorithms used is classification because we are classifying the transactions to be fraud or non-fraud. So what confusion matrix did is that it divided the overall square into 4 quadrants, as we can see in the figure 1 and 2 both. So with coming to the confusion matrix of the 1, we can say that there is a column called true positive, true negative, false positive, and false negative. So coming to the random forest algorithms confusion matrix, we can say that about 2,289 were both predicted and were truly non-fraud transactions, but 45 being true were predicted false, and 39 being fraud were predicted as non-fraud, and 580 were predicted again to be fraud. So over to the next slide. So these are the, and coming to the fifth one, which is naive bias that yielded our least accuracy one, can say that about 1,266 of the transactions record were labeled true positive, which means both it was non-fraud, and 42 were being fraud was classified as non-fraud, and about 1,068 being non-fraud was classified as fraud, and 577 were both fraud and both frauds. So these are all the confusion matrix that we obtained. And finally, I like to conclude that phishing is one of the attack where people impersonate themselves to be an organization or an individual. So we need to make sure that we can't completely avoid it, but we can take measures that could prevent us from it happening, especially for the emerging technology like blockchain. So there can be a chances of mistreating them. So we have to be careful and follow to check follow to take some measures, especially to check whether there is a spell errors or any other accounts that would give us an advertise themselves to give a false reward or ethers or cryptocurrency. So we can avoid this. By this, we cannot completely avoid, but we can prevent phishing attacks that can happen on cryptocurrency. And coming to the cryptocurrency, we need to make sure we are checking the timings of the sending and receiving of the transactions. Thank you. So these were all the references here. Thank you.
So with which algorithm you are more comfortable?
We were random forest, sir.
Random forest. So what are the advantages of random forest?
Sir, random forest actually is very much suitable for classification algorithm, especially for classifying things. So we felt it yielded more accuracies compared to the other algorithms. So that was the advantage. It is with a higher accuracy, it classifies things.
Okay, multiple
Yeah.
selections. Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Next, I invite Soundarya M and Ali P. Soundarya M and Ali P.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Soundarya.
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am? The screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. So good afternoon all. Myself Soundarya and my co-authors are Professor Kavita and Professor Anshita Alagame. So the title of our project is Alerting Drowsy Driver by Detecting Eye, Yawn and Head Movements using MTCNN. So let's get into it. In recent times, driver's drowsiness is one of the major cause of road accidents. So the proposed system is to alert the drowsy driver by analyzing facial feature states. So here the algorithm we used our face landmark detection algorithm to get facial feature points of driver. The points we obtained here are left and right eyes, ears and mouth. So the MTCNN, that is multitask cascaded neural network, is employed here to compare and classify facial feature states of driver. The buzzer and focus alert sound is inserted and it is played according to the behavior of the state of driver. So the aim of the system is to alert the drowsy driver by classifying the states of facial features using MTCNN. In our existing system, they use local directional ternary pattern, but it is very sensitive and not work well with small sample size and degrade the performance. So we move on to the new system named multitask cascade neural network, which is very effective. And we here we are done pre-processing, phase detection, future point selection, and states classification. Let us see it briefly in the upcoming slides. So this is the workflow of our system. First, we need to start the video capturing and followed by pre-processing, then the face detection, which we capture the face of our driver. Then feature point detection is done by using face landmark algorithm, and feature states comparison is done by using a MTCNN algorithm. And if it founds the driver is drowsy, then the alert is played. So this is the first module. Here in this module, using OpenCV, we can capture video from camera. It led us to create a video capture object. A CV2 library is used, and by using a CV2 video capture function, we can capture the video. Then the capture frames are passed to the pre-processing module for further processing. In this module, pre-processing is done to avoid possible noise which is occurring in our image. First step is to apply Gaussian blur to original image. It provides smooth edge and remove noise from image. Then extract the image region that contains face from blurred image using DLib library, then perform a histogram equalization to adjust the contrast of the image. And the next module is face detection. Since we need to detect only frontal face direction images, we used a histogram of gradient and a linear SVM face detector. It will return a function that is frontal face detector where we detect eyes, mouth, and chin of the driver. So the next module is future points detection. Here we are using a face anomaly detection algorithm. It used pre-trained model where it contains images and the corresponding facial landmark points of the image. It is based on ensemble regression trees and it will return predator continuous numbers. It is trained on data sets and it will return the 68 point landmark in our face, which we given as an input to the system. Then the next module is the feature state comparison. Here we are introducing our algorithm named multitask cascaded neural network. It is used to classify the states of features according to input image, which we already trained. It has 3 stages, which are proposed network, refined network, and output network. The image which we get from face landmark detection algorithm is passed to proposed network. It returns coordinates of bounding box if it detects the face of the driver. The weights and base of weights and biases of a proposed network have been trained so that it output relatively accurate bounding box. Then it passed the PNet output to get a list of confidence levels for which bounding box and delete the bounding box which are having low confidence level. Then save the coordinates and pass it to our net. It applies many different filters to input image. The depth of the filter to be same as the depth of the input image. So in each position filter multiplies the values to the original values of the pixels. Once again, get rid of the boxes which are having a low confidence level. Then pass the output to the next stage, that is output network. It performs the same process but gives the image in an accurate manner where it results in providing the bounding boxes of coordinates and face landmark coordinates. Then standardize both the coordinates and compare the coordinates to get the accurate result of the driver, whether he is drowsy or not. So this is the result of the running system. It detects the drowsiness of the driver, yawn is detected, and the head movement is also detected. According to the detection, the focus sound and buzzer is alerted. So this is the partial screenshot of our system. So let me conclude. The proposed system gives more accuracy than the existing system since we are using a multitask cascaded network. This will be helpful in providing the better alert mechanism to the drivers. So thank you, sir. This is my appendix and thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, multitask CNN. Can you explain how multitask CNN is working here?
It consists of 3 stages, sir. The input, the image which we get from the face landmark detection algorithm is passed to the MTCNN algorithm. It will perform the convolution pooling layer and get the and it extracts the features in an efficient manner, sir.
Efficient means with respect to what? Efficient manners. Efficiency. How we are going to measure? Yes.
Sir, can't hear, sir.
Yeah. Efficient manner it will know. Yeah.
Yes,
How
sir.
we are
Yes.
going to measure efficiency. So with the, you told no.
It extracts the future points of the driver in which in clear manner, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Predict the classes.
How you decide the efficient compared to previous and your present work?
The system gives the better accuracy while using the MTCNN, sir. So that's why.
Is there any comparisons?
That I didn't mention here, sir, but it gives accuracy of 93%. So that's why, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next, I invite Jayamalar S and Ali P. Jayamalar S and Ali, please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible, Jayamalar.
So the screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Our project title is Automatic Music Recommendation based on the face recognition using the pre-CNN algorithm and the other features. And my co-authors are Kavita S. and Anjita Alagamai. This is our biography. And abstract project is music is mainly used to change the mood and reduces the stress of the user. Most of the time, some music lovers wouldn't find the songs that match their mood when they are in a hectic situation. User get irritated and it's more time-consuming process to manually browse through the playlist for their mood and emotions. To overcome this, the system is designed to recommend the music by analyzing the facial user expression and other features. In this system, the 7 emotions are predicted, and thus are the happy, surprised, sad, angry, scared, and disgust and neutral. And our objective of project is recommend the music based on user emotions and the activities of the user. Cascade classifier algorithm is used for identify the face and the input image and extract the facial expression by using the tree convolutional neural network algorithm. And more than decision making and the prediction of song is improvised by finding the more number of activities like checking the weather condition, system activity, location, and time of the user. The probabilities of the detected emotion is also displayed in the result. This is my architecture of my project. In first module, using the web camera, a window to be displayed, the scene capture will be created by the program. And another window is used for representing the probabilities of the detected image. In video capturing, getting our images by the webcam and converting into the grayscale using the CVT functions. This is the second module. And then these images are given input to the cascade classifier and the tree CNN. This feature extraction module contains 2 parts. The first part removes the background from the feature using the ROI. The second part concentrates on the facial feature extraction. Let us discuss it later. This module detects weather condition, location. This module contains the location and the time, system activity of the user. Go phone activity recognition API are used in this paper for finding the user activities is stored in one variable. Training on this collected data from the user can make better playlist for future listening for better music recommendation. The result of the tree convolution layer and the cascade classifier is predicted emotions of the user with probabilities that emotion labels are happy, scared, disgust, neutral, surprised, anger, sad. User interface stable traits is designed to show the emotion and corresponding the probabilities for each emotion will be showed on the screen. From the detected songs, the first song is played based on the detected emotion. Tree-based CNN, it contains of 2 levels. First one is the trunk net and the second one is the branch net. The trunk net is used to obtain the course category of the images. The second net identifies the appropriate branch net according to the first step that is based on the course category. Special feature map of the input image is obtained in this category. When the data set contains many categories, the common CNN is not used to find the similar categories of the feature, but the tree CNN is good at differentiate the categories of the similar features. And our proposed model, tree CNN is composed of multiple nodes of connected in the tree-like manner. Each nodes as a DCNN, which is trying to classify the input to the node into one of its children. This node further classifies the image until we reach a leaf node. It is hierarchically processed. The last step of the classification is branch nodes or intermediate nodes, each having the parent and two node children. The leaf node is the last level of the tree. Each leaf node is uniquely associated to a class, and no 2 leaf nodes are the same class. And then cascade classifier. In the cascade classifier, hair was used. The steps involved in cascade classifier algorithm is calculating the hair features and calculating internal image, adaptive learning algorithm, and the cascading filter. In step 1, various types of hair
features are used, and that are the edge features, line features, 4 rectangular features, and these regions of different sizes are converted to the images to get the multiple filters. And this in result is imported to the AdaBoost algorithm. For the purpose of reducing the resulting time, the calculating internal images are used. In AdaBoost step, this combines the several weak learners into the strong learners. In step 4, non-phasers images are discarding quickly by using this cascading filter. And we use the music data set. We created our own data set for music classification, which consists of the 7 emotions. Each audio clip is of duration of 45 seconds. And this is my result of my project. And the conclusion, the system works based on the principle of facial expression recognition to recommend the song based on the user emotion and activities of the individual user. This proposal is justified by properly made data set and the deep learning algorithms like tree convolutional neural network. This is my appendix, and thank you, sir. That's all. Sir?
Does the session chair have any questions? Sir, do you have any questions?
Yeah, ma'am. So how
Yes,
the music is recommended? You told no music recommendation. How it is mapped with respect to phase? Okay. And the algorithm which you use, no CNN, pre-CNN.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you tell the particularly suppose 2-3 phases are in contact? Okay. How it is classified? You told your own music samples you done, your data sets you prepared and done, you got the output. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That algorithm, yeah, CNN, tree CNN,
Yes,
how
sir.
it works. How it works, tree CNN. CNN and how the name tree CNN.
It is
Just one line.
Tree CNS is a hierarchically working algorithm, sir. It's worked in the tree-like manner, and that is contain the root node and the leaf node. Until we reach the leaf node, it continuously classifying the images. In tree CNN, we mostly find the similar categories of the images. So this is the most advantage in the tree CNN.
Okay, so you are making for one music so many phases, or one phases or so many music recommendation. How it is? So anyway, tree structure.
I can use CK plus data set in the images to train this
So how
algorithm.
you said how you that proportionate? I want to ask. Just you told you use not tree. Yeah.
It's contain nearly 882 images from same pixel. And
Okay,
this trained with
okay,
783 images.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next, I invite Babita Lindsay. Babita Lindsay. Her co-authors Jency Rubia and Sherin Shibi. I once again announce Babita Lindsay, Jency Rubia, Sherin Shibi. Babita Lindsay, please respond. Please start your presentation, madam. We are waiting for you. Could you please try disconnecting and then connecting back again to the call? As I am also unable to unmute you from my side. You could try dropping from the Zoom call and joining back again. In the meanwhile, as you figure out your technical issues, next I invite Kunal Khatke. Do I have Kunal Khatke? Dinesh Chowde. Kunal Khatke and Dinesh Chowde. I once again repeat, Kunal Khatke, Dinesh Chowde. Moving on, next is Satish Kannan, R, co-author Premalata. Satish Kannan and Premalata. All right, moving on. Shivakarthi, Dr. R. Perumal Raja.
Hear my voice, ma'am?
Yeah, I can hear you, Shivakarthi. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Ma'am, now audible, ma'am?
Yes, Satish, you are audible now.
Can I present now?
Yes. So, Satish Kannan, you can present now. After that, Shivakarthi, you can present.
Okay, ma'am.
Go ahead, Satish.
Yes. My screen is visible to you?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is Satish Kannan. Yes, ma'am. Now the screen is visible, right? Hello.
Yes, Satish.
Is that visible? My screen is visible to you?
Yes, it is visible. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And this is Satish Kannan from the Harriman Institute of Technology. So my title is an efficient two-phase intrusion detection system using a deep learning technique, and my supervisor is Dr. K. Premalata. Okay, so about me, this is my biography. I'm a assistant professor. I'm working in a department of computer science engineering in Banaraman Institute of Technology, Satyamangala. And I'm a computer my BE and as well as I'm an IME. Now I'm doing my PhD. So I have nearly 8 years of experience in the teaching field. So coming to my topic, an intrusion is refers a possible and unauthorized activity on the digital network. So unauthorized activity is almost we know that it's a security breaking or losing of data. So many systems exist in a real-time scenario, but they have a critical issues in a performance. It means of low accuracy as well as the high falsity rate. So these issues will be addressed in my research work. So for this research work, I'm going to use with a two-phase intrusion detection. In the previous, they are using a single intrusion detection system for the process, but now I'm going to use the two-phase intrusion detection system. So for the first phase, I'm going to classify, and the second phase, I'm going to recreate that. So in the first phase, in future, I'm going to use with a few deep learning algorithms, as well as for the second phase also like NFNet and some other
network to reducing the false positive rate and increasing the accuracy rate of ideas. So the description. So in the recent years, there are enormous amounts of networks is generating in a telecommunication technology. So through that, we are also affected by the network data loss, as well as someone is accessing or someone hacked our data. So to do this issue, we lost our data. So there is a two type of losing data. One should be a signature-based misuse detection, and another one should be a anomaly-based detection based on the abnormal behavior in the data. So my research is proposing two-phase incubation using a machine learning or a deep learning algorithm. So in my survey previously, they are using single phase. In that single phase, they are using some specific machine learning algorithms like CVM and SPM, also Navy-based algorithms. So my first survey paper should be the network intrusion detection is based on ensemble CVM using a efficient feature selection approach. So in that approach, they are using SPM and Navy-based algorithm, even though they are using Adabus classifier in that. So in that research work, they have a high positive rate too, but it's an acceptable detection. But the only positive thing in the paper is the less training to take the training of that model. So my second should be the intrusion detection system techniques using the data sets and the challenges. So in that paper, they are taking data sets, but in that paper also giving a poor accuracy for the new attacks. It not providing it provides the better attack for the previous model, but it provides a very poor accuracy rating for new type of detectors. So that should be that problem will be based on that problem will occur in that research work. So and next would be the network-based detection and using Adabus algorithm. So in that paper they're using Adabus algorithm. So in that also it provides a low positive rate and keep probable detection rate also there. And my next research is an ideas anomaly detection using outlier detection. It means of NOF. So in that paper they're using KDT data sets. So in that machine learning algorithm, computer network execution time and storage will be predicted, but when compared to the proposed IDS system, which will be lex execution, which I going to be proposed one, it gives the better execution time and the better storage also. And so according to the not even this purpose, I surveyed the few more papers too. I mentioned in my in reference areas. So according coming to the summary of my literature, so I'm going to give you the better ideas. It means a two-phase intrusion detection model using the combination of different machine or deep learning algorithms. So it produces I think it produces the better, accurate, and efficient ideas. So massively working with the parallel processing of HDFS. So this should be the plan of my work. So this is the architecture. I'm going to work with this architecture. So first thing I'm going to take with the network affected data. So I'm going to classify with that using some deep learning algorithms like ARIMA, MLP, or some other algorithms. So based on that, I'm going to classify with an affected and not affected techniques of anomaly and normal data. So I'm going to relieve that normal data because it produces a good result. And in that part, I'm going to take with the anomaly data. And again, I'm going to take with the second processing and with use of some other algorithm instead of, for example, if I'm using ARIMA in the first classifier, so I'm going to use some other algorithms in the second phase. So through that phase, I'm going to classify this again with some accurate range. So through that also we can predict some good data with the low affecting part. So this is the process for the phase 1 and phase 2. And conclusion, hereby I studied deep learning mixing and giving a good results in ideas. By using two-phase model with the second phase as a validation phase, we consider as a validation phase. So the false positive rate and the false accuracy rate is reduced by much amount, as well as accuracy is increased in the better scale too. And one of the most important requirements as a fault toleration is also achieved with the help of such distributed architecture. And in the future, method replaced with a different method of a different algorithm. It means my proposal would be the two algorithms. The next time I'm going to get the next two different algorithms. So this phase I'm going to use NF algorithms too. So that's all about, and these are my reference papers, reviews the taxonomy of ideas, and a few things I mentioned here, and previous I mentioned in my literature services also. And that's all about. Is there any queries? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, if there is any query?
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you. If there are any questions, please
No
ask.
questions, ma'am. No questions. You can go for next.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Then
you.
I ask Shivakarthi to kindly present next.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, may I leave?
Yes, you can, Satish.
Thank you.
Shivakarthi, you can present now.
Yes, ma'am. Can you screen my screen, ma'am? Hello, ma'am.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. My topic is a study on blood pressure monitoring for the lifestyle changes, presented by the G. Shivakarthi and R. Perumal Raja. And this is my biography. I am pursuing ME CSE in network and he is Dr. R. Perumal Raja. It is the professor and head of the Velaman Engineering College. Then it's my abstract. In abstract, in today's fast world, people tend to be affected by the hypertension. Hypertension brings on the root causes of fatal diseases like the prognosis, cardiovascular disease, artery damage, etc. And many parameters are the root causes of the hypertension. Initially, BP varies slightly for any of those parameters, which is called as the short-term BP variation. Finally, it contributes to the BP increase in our long-time period. It is called as a long-term BP variation. To study BP monitoring, various mobile apps have been created for report, and wireless home blood pressure monitor have been developed as a personal device to continuously monitor people even during daily activities. However, none of the mobile application to study the short-term BP contribution factors of our lifestyle. Here, we proposed a mobile application to monitor the blood pressure and also monitor the instantaneous blood pressure for the lifestyle changes. In addition to if any of these activities are the root causes of high blood pressure, we give recommendations on how to prevent them from such activities, as well as give some other example for the regulating the blood pressure. And these are the index terms, ma'am. Now coming to my objective. My objective is to discuss the risk factors for developing the hypertension and classify a patient blood pressure according to the systolic and the diastolic measurements, identify the appropriate treatment option for the patients, and recommend the alternative theory for the persons who are not successful in their first treatment option. Then nowadays, there are majority applications used to collect the user's report and to track the blood pressure via wireless home blood pressure monitor. But we propose the mobile application to measure the blood pressure and also track the simultaneous changes in the blood pressure for a particular user's lifestyle activities. And our recommended user in this recommended model, we use the Omron BP monitor device was used to measure the BP. And then the device communicated with the developed mobile application via Bluetooth, where the mobile application is intended to be more interactive tool for gathering our user informations like height, weight, and user's patient history, and etc. This is the device used to measure BP. In this Omron, this is named as RS Intel i7. By using this device, we are measuring the blood pressure for individuals' day-to-day lifestyle activities, and the BP for the relevant lifestyle activities is being measured, and the long-term study was analyzed. Based on the analysis, we are giving the recommendation to the users via WhatsApp message or mail, etc. Then this is the model diagram for measuring the blood pressure. First, we have the persons for the assessment. Then we have a measure the blood pressure for the Omron devices, and the Omron devices contain the Omron API. In our API, allow you to integrate an Omron end user's blood pressure and fitness activity data into your application. You can connect and interact with our API and give the lifestyle recommendations for those patients. Then what are the list of activities that contribute to short-term BP in our lifetime? First, we have to due to excessive stress at work. A person who works a regular job of 9 to 5 has a high blood pressure, but comparatively the same person in our home had a moderate blood pressure while taking a rest. Therefore, we give the recommendation like the person to take break for the 2 minutes in between the work so that they can use time to relax and have a deep breath. Doing this, the person will help to maintain their BP. Then another activity is a person who drink alcohol has an abnormal blood pressure. We give recommendations on not to drink frequently to control the high blood pressure. Then the third one is the systolic blood pressure of a man who worked every morning was under control. So we suggest them for go for a walk on every morning. Then a stranger who usually eat non-vegetarian foods have high risk of stroke. We have advised to take non-vegetarian once in a day. And based on our mobile application and based on our recommendation model, this application was studied with the help of 3 people in my family. The person 1 and person 2 and person 3. Person 1 was 55 years old and that is affected by the recovered from the coronavirus, and he takes a blood pressure medicine regularly and he engages in physical activities every day. In person 2, they are 50 years old and she consumes a non-vegetarian food every day, but she also takes blood pressure medication and performs an irregular activities. For the person 3, the person who was in a full stop and his age was 40, he participated in irregular activities and also did not take any BP medication. The information was collected and analyzed to create a graph to depict the blood pressure value for the 3 subjects over a period of 12 weeks. This is the subject 1 BP readings, and this is the subject 2 PP readings, and this is the subject 3 PP readings. Coming to the results and the discussion, in the person 3, in the first person, the blood pressure rate was 118 mmHg during the first week of trial, because he taking a regularly taking pills and engages in a aerobic fitness. For up to 2 months, both SBB and DBB have been under control. As a result, we did not provide the users with any more suggestions. And this is the person 2. In the week of study, subject to systolic blood pressure was in the range of 120 mmHg. However, after consuming non-vegetarian food, his blood pressure was increased to 137 mmHg. Then the blood pressure was controlled by taking the medicine, and the BP was in the range of 122 mm in the Hg. The long-term variability for the 1 week for this 1 point, and the long-term variability for 2 months is the 9 point. Then he will recommendations in the 2 months to eat a non-veg once in a day. He follow the advices, and in the 3rd month, blood pressure was under control. This is the notification sent to the person 2, and this is the person 3. In the person 3, while working at home, they having a normal blood pressure, but under he go for a work, his blood pressure was raised to 145 because he not taking any medicine and doing any physical activities. So we analyzed and gave advice to break between the project and use the time to relax in the 2nd month, but he did not follow our advices. Therefore, we suggested another option in the 3rd month, which was to work for 3 to 4 hours per day. And this is the notification sent to the person 1. After that, we give the diet chart as well as the normal and the blood pressure diet in our applications. Coming to our conclusion, our mobile application tells the user average BP and as well as the recommended diet chart. But in the existing approaches as well as the same, using the data model to produce the recommendations. In this existing model, they set an alarm for taking the blood pressure medications and giving a pop-up notifications while having the high blood pressure. But in our proposed approach, we have analyzed weekly once in a day and send recommendations to people for 3 months according to their work. Then coming to the future work, as of now, we have provided a brief detailed description as well as a graph to keep the records of monthly blood pressure readings and based on a recommendation that value. In upcoming studies, we plan to develop a innovative test with a large and significant number of participants to verify the results and enhance the system to be recommended systems. These are the appendixes. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir, you're audible.
Ma'am, any algorithm used here?
Not at an algorithm, sir. Our buying one home brand devices and connected with our only our developed applications, sir. In this application, we have using on 1 programming languages.
Which language used? Which language used?
C, sir.
Huh? C. Okay. Embedded C.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I once again request Babita, Jency Rubia or Sherin Shibi, anyone from their group to present. Babita. Kunal Khatke. Kunal Khatke. All right. Since we do not have these participants, we would like to accommodate another two presenters, Shushmita Mukund Kirsur.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be joining in 5 minutes.
All right. Do I have Shiva
I'll be joining
Shankari?
in 5 minutes.
Ma'am?
Yes, Shankari, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Can I present now?
If you are ready, yes, you can
Yes.
present now.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, now Shiva Shankari is presenting her paper.
Paper
Can
ID,
you able
ma'am?
to see the slide, ma'am?
Paper ID is not
Yes.
here.
Can you able to
Sir?
see the slide?
Yes, we can see the slides. Session
Is my
chair.
is my
we have-
voice audio? Is my voice?
Shankari, just hold on a minute, please.
Okay.
Session chair, she is part of a different track. So we have been asked by the team to accommodate her in this track 1 over here. So Shankari, your slides are audible. Your voice is also audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. My topic is occupancy detection in smart building. Okay. And
Shankari, if you
regarding-
could inform your abstract ID to the session chair, it would be helpful.
Okay. Sir, my ID is ICRTEM. That is
You tell last 5 digit, I think.
okay. Last 5 digits 69012.
69012.
69012.
69012. Okay.
So I have been working as an assistant professor in PSN College here in Tirunelveli district, and my BE is in electronics and instrumentation, and my MA is in embedded system technologies, and I have been working for 4 years. And my area of interest is neural networks and optimization techniques. I have also published a paper in Elsewhere Aerospace Science and Technology regarding this neural network. And coming to the subtract, nowadays the occupancy detection, so we all know that when you're considering the smart buildings, it is gaining much more importance in many other fields like the management of manpower, whether we have to optimize the energy or smart buildings and improvement of so many public services in the future smart city also. So when you consider this occupancy, the energy optimization become a core of it in order to reduce this unnecessary lighting, heating costs as well as in smart buildings. And currently, most of our system, mainly we are using the sensors for detecting the occupants, so the people counting. So these sensors, they tend to be with a little bit costly, and also the system when you make use of the sensors, it creates dependency. Okay, the end users, they must be aware of that, and also it needs our intervention to do much more corrections in case if your sensors gives a false positioning. So here we are going for the cheap image-based method. So we all know that the smart building, we usually call it as an intelligent building. And so here everything is based on the computer-based technology, so that here will be so many sensors to connect the different types of data. Usually, when I consider the building, we'll be calculating this, or we are considering the data mainly for the temperature, humidity, and mainly for to control the proper lighting arrangements as well as the HVAC. We are going for that. And you see, when you see, this is an outline of a smart building framework, and mainly here you're having this HVAC maintenance, that is the heating, ventilation, as well as the air condition, and fire detection also here going through that mainly, and this lighting and control. So smoke control, then air quality services, environmental control, then mechanical maintenance, and the enterprises, everything, the energy information, on-site technical services. So on the whole, you are controlling everything that comes under your smart building framework. Okay. So coming to the overall benefits, so when you go for the smart buildings, here your energy prediction as we are doing. So it helps in the predictive maintenance and also in the purpose of energy saving, and also this since we are having a well knowledge of what are all the things that's being deployed, you are having a proper equipment replacement if anything goes wrong, and also having optimized cleaning, okay, the site cleaning, and also can you redesign your entire space.
then why we have to go? Then the importance is the thing is that only if you're able to calculate or accurately calculate this occupants, so it plays a very crucial role in how we can reduce this energy cost, okay, and highly, and also when we detect them in earlier, you're able to improve that comfortness also. That's the important point here. And this trustability and expandability. So when you consider this occupancy, all of the solutions, they mainly depend on that how long, how trustable it is, and how we can expand the system. So that's the two more issues here. And usually, when you consider an effective optimal plan, the effective plan is to detect with high accuracy how this occupancies are being detected and what are all the incidents that occur within a building. So by this can be achieved only by properly controlling the energy usage. So this is the basic our image-based occupancy detection. Here you are getting this input images, and these are usually the RGB, the color images. And of course, we are converting it to the gray image, and we are making use of the filters in order to use extra noises. And here you're making use of the subtraction algorithm. What this algorithm does is that it subtracts your foreground image from the background image, and so the output image which we are getting, we are making it to undergo this morphological processing. Here I have taken this dilation in order to it actually expands, okay, in the expands region, and you're getting the output image. So that the algorithm automatically detects the person. So this is our the test environment. This is usually our EEE simulation lab in our college. So this is taken as our test environment. So this is the input images. That is the two. I have taken the sample. Actually, we have taken 50 images. I'm giving a sample of 2 images, the 2 RGB images, and this is the result of your grayscale conversion. And this is the thing we are using, making use of Gaussian filters to remove our noise levels. And this is the subtracted image. And this is the dilation in order to expand the region. I have performed this operation. And finally, coming to the accuracy part. Usually, I have taken 50 images that's being taken in our lab environment for near about 1 hour. And from the camera, we have taken the 50 images. And out of this, we have tested these images through an algorithm. So usually, it gives them correct output of 46. We got it for 46 images, and so the accuracy is being calculated by the correctly identified output images by the total images. So we have achieved about 96% accuracy. So here, coming to the conclusion part, here what we are doing is, here we'll try to improve the more accuracy by increasing the number of test images, and also by making use of this much more advanced image processing techniques. So these are all the references we have gone through. Thank you. Can you able to hear me, sir? Sir?
Hello.
Hello. Can you able to hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. So, performance of your project compared to, you told no accuracy. Yeah, with respect to accuracy.
Yeah, actually here I have taken 50 images.
Okay.
So in future will try to increase the number and enhance the accuracy.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Any queries, sir?
No queries. No queries.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Rishmita, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Can I take over?
Please. Yes, you can take over. Go.
Kindly let me know once you can see my screen so that I'll start my presentation.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to firstly thank the conference head and everyone who has been an excellent one here. Today my topic is on cybersecurity for the identification and analysis of anomalous detection in the smart home systems using machine learning algorithms. Well, I would like to thank my guide as well, who has provided an excellent opportunity for me to work on this research area. Ma'am, let me know if there's any disturbance from my end as well as I proceed.
Can I know
Yes,
paper ID? Paper ID, please.
Respected sir, my paper ID is 0408621459.
You tell
It's
last
here in
five.
the first slide.
Last 5 digits you tell.
21459, sir.
21459.
9.
Sushmita. Okay. Okay, can.
Okay, so basically, I'm a final year MTech student from BMS College of Engineering, pursuing my specialization in computer network engineering. Well, my guide is R. Ashok Kumar sir, who is actually has done his information science and PhD as well from the VIT. He's excellent, the guide I'm blessed with. So coming on to my research area, I would like to start with the abstract. Basically, what is happening now is, there has been an increase in the IT field. So what has happened? This is not only given excellent opportunities, but it is given the, raising challenges as well. Especially since the IT field is connected to the online-based systems, this online-based systems is not only being safe, however, it's been more prone to attack. I would like to mention a term called a cyber-based attack. What exactly is a cyber-based attack? Well, this connections to the online-based system is called a cyber-based attacks, and they're prone to threats. So we will have to rectify this, right, and provide a solution to the humankind. Well, my research area focuses on that as well. In order to provide a promising affordability and sustainability, especially in the smart meters. Now, the smart meters has an increasing challenge, especially with respect to the smart monitoring system and metering systems as well. Especially when you take everyday measuring like electricity meter readings, gas meter readings, they have been tampered. It's not what exactly we receive is the same on the consumer or the vendor end as well. So we have to have a promising research area on which this focuses on. So I would like to say that I have worked on the identifying the anomalous behavior in smart meter using machine learning algorithms. I have also used the cybersecurity and IoT and machine learning algorithms. Coming on to the introduction part, I would like to say that the smart meters which has been present over here is not only excellent boon to the humankind, but there is also increased challenge in the installation of technology elements in the lane. So there's something called as data management, which we will have to understand. In order to provide interest to the humankind, we will need a system to ensure the data integrity. I mean, the data is safe and not being attacked by the threats. So what happens in a smart city, administrators cannot predict to the extent to which the data is received are accurate and provide a precise measure. Well, the main purpose of this work is analysis and detection of the anomalous behavior in smart meters using machine learning algorithms. There are many machine learning algorithms, but I would like to conclude my, the introduction by saying that the machine learning algorithms that have concentrated is MQTT. MQTT because it is an wonderful opportunity for an IoT, especially when the systems are communicating through the IoT platforms. We need something called as message queuing telemetry transport. That's why the MQTT term comes here. Next, not only about the purpose, we will have to understand about solution that provides as well. As we know that the cybersecurity has been the major research area these days, because not only it's an interesting one, however, there has been many threats being exposed. So to encounter this problem, the application of the anomaly detection, which I would like to speak on the further slides, measured by the smart city IT administrators is very important, because they not only help us to understand, but they also help us to measure to which the anomalous patterns in our smart meters is being present. So this is a literature survey. I had actually focused on 20 papers, but due to the time constraint, I had to mention the best 3 here. First, the author Vakari G, he actually speaks upon the MQTT protection system. He's actually focusing on the malware called as botnet. So what he exactly does is he's actually carried a research platform in such a way that he's explaining the different layers in such as the network layer, the transport layer, the physical layer, and then he's trying to explain how the cyber security attacks has been carried out there, and trying to bring an opportunity to for the humankind. Then I would like to speak about the objectives of the research work. Before we understand how the work has been carried out, there is something called as objectives, which help us to understand the area of research in a more precise way. I would like to mention the outline of the essence of smart meter. Smart meter is nothing but, as we all know, that it is an electronic device which is connected by the networks a meter. It is actually is to give the electricity readings every day on day-to-day basis. The measurement happens on a frequent hour basis. So it depends upon the consumption level also, I can say. The second one is the bring a comparison between traditional smart meter. See, what is happening in the previous days was the whatever the readings were being transferred, it was not through the online basis, especially because IoT systems was recently introduced. So we have implemented an IoT system here, and that's what the recent technologies means here. Next, we will have to understand the nature of attacks in smart meter.
Hello.
Since the smart
Hello. Pardon. Hello, ma'am. Can you
Yes,
audible?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just can you explain the algorithm which you used for your things?
Sir,
Algorithm.
actually, I have used multiple algorithms. To mention a few, I have worked on the decision tree, KNN, ADA boost, and neural networks. So, out of which the decision tree gives an excellent, accuracy and affine score.
Okay. So decision tree used. That is more efficient, more accuracy.
Yes, yes.
Can you?
So
You have
that's
any
what this
demerits? You have
this
any
one speaks
demerits?
about. Demerits, as in we don't have it, sir. This is actually an opportunity being provided to the cyber security research area.
Evaluation.
So can you hear me?
Oh.
Yes, demerits, as in I would not like to, there isn't much demerits. However, the cost expensive is little there because it's not easy to implement. However, the speaking on more on the advantage, yes, this is a wonderful thing. So this is how. So can I continue?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So highlighting the importance of securing the smart meters was one objective of my research area. The second one, as you mentioned and questioned me regarding the machine learning, well, that's another objective of my research area. And the final is the comparing of the machine learning algorithms. As I mentioned, I have worked on the neural networks, KNN, etc. So comparison of that and understanding which one predicts the best accuracy and F1 score was another objective. So this is how my workflow of the data set looks like.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Then this
Thank
is the
you.
methodology. So let me know if you have any questions so that I can pitch in and
No
add
question.
on.
No questions. No.
Okay. So this is the proposed research model.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And this is how the overview of the project looks like. Instead of me explaining completely, I have actually split it upon in the 6 boxes and try to explain it.
Okay.
And this is a working process. I would like to mention one thing. See, there are so many technologies which is actually being present for the smart meters. How exactly my work differs is because my work actually involves, firstly, in order to understand the attack purpose, I have explicitly given a traffic to the smart meters, and this threat has been attacked in this application layer of security. And after, like, this is the explicit purpose, and once explicit purpose has been done, the detection algorithms have been used. So that is how it's been promising, this one. Coming on to the results, I have actually used the Jupyter, and these, as you can see, these are all the results purpose. And to be on precise, I would like to say that these are all the results which has been obtained. And I have used the accuracy F1 score, training time, testing time, and also the bar graph, a correlation matrix, because my data set was very huge. However, I had introduced around best 16 features, so this has been mentioned over here. And this is actually the multi-class confusion matrix, which is used to give a more precise accuracy. So this is how I have considered. This is what you can see: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are the feature names. That is how exactly the class 0 has been correlated, and how exactly what the TCP flags means is being given in the description box. And this is again the true positive, true negative, false positive, and false negative. These are all the precision values. Sir, I would like to pitch in and add one point here. Though I have performed the results on promising nature, but I would like to say that the decision tree with an accuracy of 93% has actually given me a promising result, because the experimentation was performed on many of the research, but yes, this decision tree was a promising algorithm for my work. So this is what a conclusion actually says. I would like to conclude by saying I have worked on the IoT flock for the data set, and then how exactly the anomalous traffic targeting has been happened on the MQTT network has been mentioned here. And then we have extracted the features which are necessary to develop the proposed system. And finally, we have concluded by saying accuracy F1 score. The correlation matrix has been explained and precise, and the bar graph to be, for the non-programmers or the non-tech, that is easy to understand, right? Because this actually speaks about the analysis area. So that is how it's helpful for the non-programmers as well. And this is appendix, so how exactly my research work is helping the real world. And this is actually a promising nature, because we have worked on the cybersecurity, the IoT, the machine learning algorithms, and finally say that this is a promising one to the smart monitoring system I would like to highlight. So these are the few of the references on which I have worked. And thank you so much for providing me an opportunity to present my conference in front of you. So I'm open to questions. If you have any, please let me know.
No questions, ma'am. Okay.
Sure, sir. Can I stop presenting?
Yes, you can.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
Right. I would like to give a last call to Mr. Kunal Katke. Are you there? Ms. Babita Lindsay. Ms. Babita Lindsay. Adarva Patil Pate. All right, so that concludes the technical sessions for the day. Thank you so much to all the participants and to the session chair for participating today. Session judge, you can proceed to give the results to the conference coordinator, sir. To all the participants, kindly please stay back. We will be starting the valedictory ceremony shortly.
Hello. I joined now. No. I need to explain the MOM to the Shishir. So
ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುಗೀತದೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು, ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್.
Would like to welcome all the participants to the session. In a few minutes we'll start the validation. I would like to instruct the participants to kindly please be on mute as we proceed with our valedictory session. So good evening to one and all present here. We are in the valedictory session of the second International Conference on Research Trends in Engineering and Management, ICRTEM 2022. It is jointly organized by the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, RR Institute of Technology, Bangalore, and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, ICRT. I would now like to request Dr. Sunita, HT, Professor and HOD, to address about the ICRTEM conference report.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Very good evening to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank our management, our chairman, and director and secretary for giving us an opportunity and supporting us in organizing this conference. I wholeheartedly thank our principal, Dr. Mahendra KV, who has always guided us on organizing this conference. A brief report on the number of papers received at this conference. We received a total abstracts of 244 and 155 abstracts were shortlisted. 125 abstracts got registers and have presented. And most of the abstracts we received were from Karnataka, followed by abstracts from Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, and 1 or 2 from other states. And the conference had the keynote sessions, and the speakers were from Jaipur and Ahmedabad. We had the committee members from RR Institute of Technology and 117 members from various reputed institutions, especially from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, who have given their valuable support, being the members of the advisory committee and scientific committee for ICRTEM 2022. CSE, IT, EEE, and CSE department, EC department papers were mostly presented, with 11 papers from civil and architecture departments. It was indeed a very successful conference, I feel. I thank all the presenters, the session chairs, my own faculty who were the organizing committee members, and also Gomati especially, and all other people from IFERP who are behind scenes working for this conference, making this conference a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Now, I would like to say that this would be an open session for a few minutes, as we would like to get any feedback from the participants. Kindly please put it up in the chat box, your feedback about the conference in the chat box. I would like to inform that we will not be announcing the best paper announcements today. You will be receiving them through your emails. I repeat, there will be no announcement about the best papers today. You will be receiving those announcements through your emails. Right. Thank you everyone for your feedback that has been given. With that, I would like to proceed to give the vote of thanks for the conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate the listeners, participants, the session chairs, the speakers, and everyone for your active participation and for successful completion of this conference. I am grateful to RR Institute of Technology dignitaries, Principal Dr. Mahendra KV, RRIT, Mrs. Sweta, Manager of IFERP, and eminent keynote speakers, Dr. Abhay Kumar and Dr. Sailesh Iyer, the technical session chairs for sparing their valuable time and for giving feedback to our wonderful participants. I would like to take this opportunity to express my warm gratitude on behalf of IFERP and the team to Dr. Sunita for her sincere support and cooperation. I would like to thank our ICRTEM-22 organizing committee members for their efforts, and I express my gratitude to all the participants that have been involved in this conference. Thank you so much for your participation. This conference will not have been a success without your cooperation and without your confidence in us. Thank you once again to everyone. The certificate and proceedings will be sent to all the participants via email within 3 working days after the conference conclusion. I repeat, certificates and proceedings will be sent through email ID within 3 working days after the conference. Hope to see you all again. This is your host, Juveria, signing off. It's been a wonderful pleasure hosting all of you. All the best. Take care. Stay safe until we meet again, everyone.